Hey guys, welcome back to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. As those of you watching on the video noticed, and those on listening on Spotify may not have, we had a moment of silence at the beginning of the show to recognize the passing of a member that unfortunately we found out a little bit later than we would have liked. But in middle December, Christopher Chambliss passed far too young. A lot of guys passing at a relatively young age, and it's sad to see. But we want to acknowledge when one of ours passes, and it's our job to remember and to think about these folks. So with that, hail Chris Chambliss, and I hope he is feasting and celebrating with his ancestors. Last week, we started the first of a planned 3 episodes going through the Völuspá. I think Svan did a great job of breaking that down for folks last time. I really like these shows. We appreciate feedback. If you like these, you like what we're doing, or if you have suggestions or whatnot, seem very well received, and I think they're really important to do. On top of the show, we are, as always, live on a bunch of stuff. Live on Twitter, YouTube, VK, Entropy, Odyssey, Rumble, and the purple one. Was Twitch, I think. Anyways, we're excited to have you guys interact with us on any of those platforms. If you have questions or participation you want to do, we have people monitoring those. So please speak up. If anybody wants to donate during the show, please see the instructions in the description of this video. They've got all the little fancy bells and whistles that you can do on it. And yeah, I also want to just kind of start the show. Thank you guys last week. Last week we raised, have to go back and look, but we raised a few $100s on paying off Njordshof, and that's a big deal. That's going to get us Freyshof faster. It makes a really big impact, and I really appreciate everybody's generosity. Coming up, I suppose it's not too early to remind folks about it. We have Charming of the Plow coming up at Njordshof in White Springs, Florida. And that will be in February. I don't know if Nick's got an ad for it just yet. If he does, I'm sure he will put that up on the screen for us, but very excited about that one. I will be down there. Looking forward to it, and follow that up in March with Ostara at Odenshof in Linden, North Carolina. So those are the next 2 big events we have coming up. We'd love to see you guys there. If you're members, get with your local folk builders. They can get you all set up and registered. If you are not a member and you want to go, get with your local folk builder, and we'll try to get you guys set up and registered, and we'd love to see you guys there. I'll be at both of those. Looking forward to seeing you. I'm not sure about Witan Svan coming down to Florida or not, but he will certainly be there at Ostara. Svan, you going to make it to Charming of the Plow this year at Njordshof?
That is still up in the air. We're kind of in the middle of huge transition here at the house. As far as I have my 102-year-old great grandmother is living with us now. She is a blessed woman. She has her whole mind. So her Hugo and her Minnie are still there. She's mobile. She's getting around. She's teaching my daughter how to knit. It is an amazing thing, but it's a new responsibility, and we're still trying to feel out exactly how we will do travel and things like that while making sure she's fully taken care of in our home. we don't want her. We want to be able to care for her ourselves. So that's throwing a little bit of a twist. This ever since pretty much the end of Yule, it's been a wild ride.
I'm looking over in the chat. I don't know if I said something odd or not. Anyways, seems to be some confusion. In February, we will have Charming of the Plow at Njordshof in White Springs, Florida. And in March, we'll have Ostara at Thorshof in Linden, North Carolina. Excellent. Oh, also, I want to give a shout out of appreciation to Lydia Phelps. She put in hard work making our website look amazing. She will be doing that with all of our different sites, but she's got the Odenshof website up and running and pretty in the way we'd like to see it. It's always a work in progress. There's always more to do, but she's done a really nice revamp of the site to make it much more effective and beautiful. So we appreciate that a lot. Nick, if you could throw a link up for that. And also, in case anybody listening on this or watching this later doesn't know, we talk about the different Hof districts, and if you're new and you're not familiar, you may have no idea what that means or where you are in that. So we've got kind of a chart to give you an idea of how it's broken up so far. These are massive districts because we only have 4 Hofs in the entire world, but as that gets better, these districts will become much more local in their scope.
Rachel Kinsler said it. You said Ostra at Odenshof in North Carolina.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
My apologies.
That's a good problem to have when we're mixing them up because there's so many locations.
It is. I can still remember. It doesn't seem like long ago when we were talking about the Hof, and now we've got to, ask people to specify.
Right.
Excellent. So Nick's got the graphics up. This is how we're currently divided for our international audience. Basically, take the lines of these and run them straight up through Canada on how Canada is currently divided. South America is part of the Njordshof district. Australia, New Zealand is, okay, I say that. I might as well do this while I'm on Njordshof. South Africa is also a part of the Njordshof district. Australia and New Zealand are part of Odenshof district. And then currently Northern Europe is in the Thorshof district. All of Europe right now is in the Thorshof district. I'm getting ahead of myself. So that's how we've got it split up currently. It is imperfect. Like I say, the more Hofs we get, the more manageable those districts are going to look. And with that, Witan Svan, will you take us through the middle third of the Völuspá?
Well, a lot of people are saying they're noticing the nice horn you're drinking from.
As well they should. It is an amazing horn, carved and painted by AFA member Christian Pinner, who not just a member, he happens to be a folk builder out of North Dakota. He does absolutely beautiful, beautiful work. This one is dedicated to Asatru and was gifted to me by the Gothar at Thorshof. That was the first Hof that we got under my administration, and it was really special one to me. I mean, they are all special to me, and I'm tremendously honored to be part of all of these Hofs to our gods. But that was really a proving ground to see if I could accomplish that, and if that was something I could do for our folk and for our gods. And it was really special to be part of making that happen. So appreciate that. As far as what I'm drinking out of it, I am drinking a a chocolate shop wine. Doesn't give me a lot of description on the front, other than it is a red wine. It's chocolatey and it's delicious.
Are there 12 Sowilo runes around Asatru's head? I was trying to count while you were showing off the horn, but
there's 11 that are visible.
Okay, right. So maybe there's one behind. Okay,
but yeah, as I mentioned, he not only carves the horns, but it's carved and painted. Beautiful work with the metallic paints, and it's got a little end thingy, suppose a finial, perhaps.
Oh yeah, cap.
But yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize too, like the imagery that we utilize of the 12-spoked sun wheel or sonnenrod behind the gods is of course like representing the 12 Asa or Aus, the gods of order. So the fact that he kind of paid attention to that detail, and with the art having that reoccurring iconography that we are kind of culturally using is becoming more and more, I think, prevalent with other artists. So that's why I'm really I like the detail of that.
All right. I was requested to do a 360 of the art. I am currently looking at this on a little bit of a delay on the way I'm viewing the camera thing here, so I can't really tell if I'm getting it the way I want until after the damage is already done. But that said, let's get back into the prophecy of the Cirrus.
Okay, so this is where we last left off. Some of you might not remember. They were the Vala was just now talking about the end of the war between the gods of cosmic order and the gods of natural law, the gods of fire and wind and light versus the gods of water and earth and of shade or murk, if you will. And of course, the next section broaches over, and this is where we kind of know that she's most likely referring to the story of the rebuilding of Ausgarder's walls, because the next in 26, immediately she's in swelling rage. Then rose up Thor. Seldom he sits when he hears such things he hears, and oaths were broken, and words and bonds, and the mighty pledges between them made. So the way that it's kind of worded, it's more or less like the first half of that is referencing to the return, his return over in that story of specifically when he kind of rises up behind the Jotun after the Jotun had kind of deceived the gods by presenting himself as a mortal or a man. And that's kind of a funny thing, I think. A lot of times in our lore, these transitions and transformations are always kind of linked towards deception. Sometimes it can be cunning deception and it's utilized by the gods, and then other times it's not, and it's seen as treacherous. But it's a neutral ground unless there are certain things kind of crossed. If you lose yourself in that, so when the Jotun is mentioned as kind of as a mortal, and whether this is Snorri's euhemerization or it was simply a plot hook, the idea is that after he reveals himself, he is no longer a mortal, he's a Jotun. But bear in mind, earlier in the story, he was trying to get the sun and the moon and Freya and to light his house and to warm his bed is basically what he says. And so it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek understanding. It's not necessarily a literalism in any way, shape, or form. And I think that that's what when the Vala is referring to the oaths that are broken and the words and the bonds, is the referencing that in that part it all kind of shifts, and he wasn't able to keep his time, and he wasn't truly what he presented himself to be, is a huge weight of or gravitas of the story. So that's when Asatru, the Stormfather, steps in and smites the Jotun, as he often does in our stories. And so she's in essence verse 26 is referring back to 25, and that is ultimately the Vala is referring to the story of the rebuilding of Ausgarder's walls. Then she mentions in 27, and this is an interesting one. I know of the horn of Heimdall. Of course, she's speaking about Gjallarhorn. Hidden under the high-reaching holy tree, on it there pours from Valfather's pledge a mighty stream. Would you know yet more? Now, that part there is you're going to see that the best way to look at it is when the Vala starts to bring herself towards what would be perhaps the present of the story. She's talked about the past now. She's shifting over to the present, and that is when you see, when she says, Vitud en eda kvar. She's saying, do you want to know more? And she'll say that over and over again, and that is 100% the middle of the poem. So I've always equated it to the present, even though she's still kind of referencing secrets. She's referencing secrets that are known now, not necessarily from the past. And this verse, too, is very, very interesting. So generally, it causes quite a bit of confusion. And there's confusion in Grimnismal and in the Völuspá about where the residing place of which Gjallarhorn is set. And some people wonder if it is in Earth's Well or if it is in Mimir's Well. And again, Mimir's Well being the caveat that is that no one knows where Mimir's Well is except for one, Lord Woden. So how would that be? And I think that the true point of this verse is that it is in Earth's Well in heaven, because of the problem with the pledge. People focus on the removal of the I in relation to this, and I wonder, and I'm still many things to think about and still kind of looking through, is that there was another pledge that was made over a well, and that was, of course, Lord Woden's sacrifice to himself upon Yggdrasil and looking down into the waters of Earth's Well. So I think that some of the confusion may have been there, but again, there also seems to be that Snorri Sturluson sometimes mixed up some of the spots, or perhaps as they were being written down and as they were being comprised, some of the spots get mixed to where, for instance, in the Gylfaginning, it's mentioned where the roots go, but in Grimnismal, the roots are mixed up. There's one in heaven, there's one in Jotunheim, and there's one in Midgard. So it's like it gets. I think these might actually be somewhat grammatical errors. I don't think that there's too many, or that there may have been a mix-up, or perhaps kind of a crossing of lines as far as getting the consistency of it. So I think that this is one of those kind of mysteries where people ask, like, well, if Lord Woden knows where only knows where Mimmir's well is. How did Heimdall's horn get there? Unless, and this is the big one, Heimdall is Odin. And that is one of those, again, for anybody that's new to the Asatru Folk Assembly, we don't hypostasis. And so I feel like that's a bit of a cramming point. And even Edward Thorson is Dr. Stephen Flowers, under his pen name, Edward Thorson, made some suggestions that the possibility of Heimdall being Lord Odin, and I don't prescribe to that, but I think that this is one of those passages that really kind of leans towards starting to question that. But I think that it's also worth noting the Valfather's pledge and sacrifice was taken on Yggdrasil as well, not just Mimir's well. And so the idea that his sacrifice there and the things that he gained, as opposed to simply the eye, it's his whole being was gone and then returned from it. So just something interesting there. But she's, again, reemphasizing that this is the present moment, and she's starting to kind of reveal secrets. And that is showing, again, her power.
So I want to take a moment here. I think that, and this is to follow on what Svan said about the tendency that people have towards a reductionism when it comes to the gods mentioned in our lore, and trying to, there's a tendency in scholastic circles sometimes to combine deities to make the stories move better, to make certain plot points more fluid. And you guys are going to hear me talk about this all of the time, because I think it's important. So I'm going to reiterate it a lot. If you are approaching our faith as a literary exercise, then absolutely trimming the fat and merging things that seem confusing to make fluid movement in the story makes a lot of sense if it is a work of fiction. If, on the other hand, your purpose in the pursuit of study is piety towards our gods, and our lore is a tool to understand our gods, it's a very different story indeed. Your job is, in that pursuit, is to find truth from the lore as opposed to construct a literary story that's pleasing to modern sensibilities. And they're really important things. So, and this may sound like a really simple way to look at it. I think a lot of the ways that I try to approach our faith are very simple. And I like to move from the simple to the complex, because I think the simple paints things in the highest contrast and the easiest to understand. So, and this sounds dumb even saying it, but I'm going to put it out there. If you are worshiping all of the gods in our stories that are appropriate for worship, and you make the mistake and two of those gods happen to actually be the same god, no harm, no foul. That god gets double worship under different names. Nobody is cheated in that equation. But if, admittedly, from a point of confusion, you're not sure whether they're the same god or not, but it's just easier to think that they are, you run the very serious risk of one of those gods being cut off from the worship of our folk. And I can think of no greater impiety than to separate one of our gods from the worship of our folk. There's absolutely cases in our lore where there are multiple names for the same god or the same goddess, and we accept that, and there are cases where that's absolutely true. In the instance of Odin and Heimdall, it's not. We do not have significant reason to believe that it is. The positions that they serve within the family of our gods are very different and very distinct. There's a lot of things that are very distinct, but there are obviously clear similarities. When dealing with mythic understandings, again, when you talk about these wells, it teaches us these different sources of, I'm trying to say think of how to describe the wells and what to liken them to besides wells. But it really is a good analogy of these sources of us pulling up things. The well of memory and the well of earth are very similar in a lot of ways. If you have to combine elements of a story to make them make sense, I am much more likely to combine the wells than I am to combine the two gods. I think that's a much more pious way to make the stanza make sense if that's where we're going. And I think there's a lot of obvious similarity and sameness to the well of memory and the well of earth. Both are the ideas of bringing up ancestral things from the past. And I just wanted to give that primer in case people wonder, because a lot of the other sources that folks listen to and that folks mention on this YouTube series that we do, those folks have a tendency to be very free with their combining and reducing all the gods down to a much smaller number. Eventually, some people go so far as to reduce them all down to Odin. And that does a great disservice to all those gods that eventually become forgotten to our folk.
Well, and the pledge, the word is aurium, and aurium is a little confusing, and I think that it's worth noting that it denotes itself towards, I would say that perhaps the best way to say it is the pledge that holds things together. It is the oathing of, or the kind of the process of. So it's still not very clear. And again, I think it's left up to consideration, perhaps debate, but certainly consideration when it comes to the clarity as to where exactly Lord Heimdallr's horn resides. And when we cover the other poems like the Grimnismal and stuff like that, that we can kind of reveal a little bit of that as well. But I didn't want to soak too much time on that, as I wanted to kind of just lay that seed perhaps for people to go, and hopefully, as we're doing this, they're looking in and researching and maybe seeing other things and considering other things in relation to, because again, word begets word, deed begets deed, knowledge grows. So
there are a couple of questions over in the chat that are directly related to these stanzas, or at least to what we're talking about in specific. And one that I wanted to get to of Real Mage mentions that both Odin and Heimdall are both connected to Manu, according to his studies. Maybe they share aspects from him. There's a lot of similarity when you trace the roots of our God and our gods and their names throughout history as they come down to us. I see, I can see overlap in a lot of ways between Manu and admittedly, which I'm not an expert on, and Heimdall, but I don't see that in the case of the Allfather. Svan, do you have any thoughts on that?
Interestingly enough, Jacob Grimm kind of connected um, Bor, the father of Odin. He connected him to Manas of Tacitus's accounts, and of course Manas is connected to, or linguistically, people have connected it to Manu. So there is a lot of speculation across the board on this, and I would say that again, perennial truths of the idea of from Bor, the gods come forth, Bor and Bestla. So from the gods they come out of, and just like that, there's again Odin and the Ont and the breath that he gives to the folk, and then Heimdall. So again, it's a perennial truth about the opening of. The problem is when I think you see it in Hinduism where they start to kind of dial everything down into Vishnu or dial everything down into Shiva. And I think right now what's going on is a lot of people dial everything down to Odin because the other gods perhaps cannot do these things, or they feel that they cannot do these things because it somehow takes away from the sourcing of the one. Ultimately, it's like that all mythos is related in Aryan sense, but it all boils down to Earth Mommy and Sky Daddy. And I think that this is a really dangerous path because our ancestors believed in the multiplicity of the gods for a reason. Their interactions with the gods and what they were taught by the first, whether it's Kvasir or whether it's King Gelfi, or whether it's just the stories that were spread down to us over time, have always worked towards multiplicity. And we should look at the patterning instead of attempting to kind of force. But the perennial truth of the eldest of the Aus, Bor, being the progenitor of the gods, and Lord Woden being the progenitor of the folk soul, and then Heimdall being the progenitor of, say, the evolutions of the folk, are all true. So I can see those connections.
Here's the other thing, and this goes back to my kind of overriding theme here. If we were starting from nothing and inventing gods and inventing religion, then cool, it's super easy just to have like Sky Father and Earth Mother. That's really handy. It's easy. It makes sense. Cool, let's do that. That's not what we're doing. We have to start from a place to where our gods exist, whether we're aware or not, whether we understand them or not, whether we know or not. Our gods exist. Lord Odin exists. Lord Heimdall exists. Any fault in comprehension between the two is on us, not on them. We seek to form a more perfect understanding of them and a better relationship with them, individually and as the family of the Aesir. We do that through devotion, through offerings, through the gift cycle, through piety, and through our best attempt at right action. And the study of that is good if it brings us closer to them and helps us understand them better. It's fun and interesting if we're just, history nerds, which cool, I am. But the meat and taters of it is, does it bring us closer to our gods? Honoring and being loyal to the Aesir trumps literary peculiarities of bits of lore. The lore is useful because the lore brings us closer to an understanding of our gods. It's always important to come back to that touchstone and that point of why are we doing this? A fundamental in our religion generally. Why? The what changes with time, with place, with circumstance. The why is timeless. Why are we reading our lore? Why are we studying it? What is the purpose of our action? What is the purpose of our thought process? If we do that, it clarifies all these other things, and it does boil them down into a very simple starting point. And with that, let's continue.
Okay. Yeah, we're so here is where again absolute presentism comes about, because the Vala is saying almost as if she's speaking more to herself. She's stating the obvious as Lord Woden is there and has brought her about, and she speaks about him coming as if separate from the time, and I always take this as, again, the location is never truly stated except in comparison to the preparing of the halls in Helgard. But again, if she can see all from various levels, some people automatically assume that it's that Lord Woden has gone into Helgard, which he does often. He goes into the place away from time. That's one of the most powerful parts of him in retrospect to perhaps in the stories all the other gods, is that his unique ability to be dynamic. He's in the dynamic throne, and I use these titles because I'm not trying to force the gods into things. I'm trying to observe the gods from the stories and then kind of classify what that might be. And so Lord Woden being in the dynamic and seeing all the other Aryan faiths having the dynamic throne, having the stasis throne, and having the catalytic throne, it's generally seen that Lord Woden is in the place away from time, in the place of shadow, in the place where the deepest and the darkest root of Yggdrasil finds itself below the Niederweller and into Niflheim, and there he raises her up. And that's generally when you see the stories written not as poems but just as stories, that is the general kind of mode you'll see it presented, and that it was Lord Woden's sorrow of the death of his son that ultimately is the reason why he asked Hermod to ride instead of him, because the perilous journey. But in this case, it's generally seen that he has made the journey and once again has, moved through Nipa's cave and passed by Garmr, the great death hound or hellhound, and is now, raising her somewhere in the deep cockles of the shadowy realms. It's very, very, it's so cool, but not contextualized in the poem. So I like to paint that a little bit because it helps people kind of like get the imagery of it. And
I want to interject something real quick, because it's a lot of these first ones. Feel free to fast forward these down the line when you watch them or whatever, because I know we go through points exhaustively, but we're setting tones and it's really important. So I see over in the chat, and this is not aimed negatively. This is something to keep in mind because we all have a tendency to do this. It's very important to change our mindset, change our language, and change how we think of things from time to time. Somebody mentions that the gods were well-rounded because the folk in each social class had to be. If the gods were well-rounded, the gods are well-rounded. Our gods don't exist in the ancient past. I mean, certainly they do, but they exist just as much in the ancient past as they do in the present and in the distant future. And that's one of those things that we all do. It's one of the biggest things I try to correct. When we get new members, they want to talk about what, you guys in the AFA, you guys are doing this, you guys are doing great things. Like, no, you mean us guys. You're one of us. You're in our family, you're on the team. We are doing those things. And so when we talk about our gods, they didn't used to be like X. They are, however they are. And it's just one of those things that may seem small, but it affects how you think. And the more you internalize that, the more, I don't know, ingrained it becomes. Go ahead.
Well, so this, the way Bellows places this is super. I love it. It really gets the storytelling mode out. She's saying to herself, "Alone I sat when the old one sought me. The terror of the gods and gazed in my eyes. What hast thou to ask? Why comest thou hither? Oh, then I know where thine eye is hidden." So she's again revealing the fact she knows a present secret, a Verdandi secret. And she's just kind of posturing here with great confidence because, again, perhaps her slumber or the place in which she has, laid brings her to this knowledge of like seeping through the roots while she's been in this torpor or sleep. And, she says, "I know there where Odin's eye is hidden." And she's speaking to Odin. "Deep in the wide famed well of Mimir, mead from the pledge of Odin each. They kind of had an interesting each morn. There's a misspelling here. But does Mimir drink? Would you know yet more? And so here, she's clearly stating there's a secret place, a place after the war that you took the head of your uncle and hid it in a secret place, in a well, far off in the place of dissipation, the place that cannot be traversed easily unless you are, the Storm Father, or if you are Lord Odin himself, and it's just not. And yet here she knows of it. She knows where it is. She knows what the cost of the pledge that he made there with his eye to drink from that well and to know all things that have traversed through the middle world. And that's, I think, a really important thing, the well of memory. If we understand the world, Udur is the origin point, the place in which all things flow from. Mimir is the memory point. It is the part in which all things of time and weird and all the movements of the middle go into the wellspring of the memory, the place that it flows, and it's processed there through the wisdom of Mimir. And he is kind of like a godhead of all that has happened. And the I there is clearly, again, the association is that Lord Woden can now see all actions to their conclusion. And that helps with him staving off the ultimate end of chaos. If we're looking at this, of course, in the mythos timeline of point A to point B, this is what it's really about, is attaining that understanding. And she states it. And the reason why it's so important is because nobody knows where that is. And she does. So very, very interesting. In 29, there's a little bit of a loss in this verse. Necklaces had I and rings from Herfather. Herfather, of course, being battle father or war father or, raiding father. Wise was my speech and my magic wisdom. Widely I saw all over of the worlds. And what I think this is ultimately stating is that perhaps the process in which he gains this knowledge is given through gift giving in a form of necklaces and rings, or the idea again clearly of the Germanic concept of kind of giving in order to receive, that a leader must do oftentimes, and with good reward. It's kind of seen that way as a strong and high hand is a giving hand, and can be a or an unforgiving hand if you go against it. It's kind of the process. So that stanza there is, I think, kind of alluding to her exchange and being able to see all through the worlds of Yggdrasil. And then she, again, this is poetic, and I think it's important to perhaps that the idea is that the names of the true avatars of Lord Woden's furious might is always the willful grasping hands of the Valkyrier, the Valkyries, the carriers of the slain. And so she goes to name them. And she says, on all sides I saw the Valkyries assemble, ready to ride to the ranks of the gods. There is Skuld. Now, this is, again, a lot of people, this causes confusion because we think, well, there's the Norn Skuld. But again, the Nornir, the Disir, and even some of the Ausenir, including Freya, is often referred to as, again, a Vanadis, a twister of fate. The Nornir are kind of an application of the usage of the word witch, but not in the sense of like a troll witch, as more so much like a bringer of fate, a turner of fate. And the Valkyria were seen that way. They were seen as the ones that had the ability to, again, twist and twine the fate of those on the battlefield to the moment that Odin needed in order to bring up the strong souls. So these, he is basically being told, like, I even know the names of your Valkyries. There's Skuld, who bore the shield, and there's Skogul, the shaking one, who rode next. And then there is Guth and Hild, might or goodly might and battle. And then Gondul and Geir Skogul. Geir is the same as the Old English gar. Geir is a spear, like we spoke about with garlic and the Geir leek. So she's the spear shaker, and of Herjarn's maidens. So again, Herjar father, Herjarn is of course the lord or the presiding of battle. The maidens list ye have heard, Valkyries ready to ride over the earth. So really, really, again, poignant and understanding that she's referencing to Lord Odin's present state, the secret of the eye, and his application of willful spirit, the Valkyria, which we don't know the origin of, but I kind of always have seen them as the willful manifestation or extensions of his will, perhaps completely understood as by his desire. And a lot of people have speculated again about the origins of the Valkyria, perhaps being physical maidens, and throughout the times they have changed. They were kind of seen as that terrible to look upon, the fear of battle, the shell shock, if you will, that could come over you if you were to kind of be in the presence of their spirit, because war is hell. In Helgard, war is that way. And so when they ride, it's definitely seen as a scary sense. But then later on too, the Valkyries are seen as ever upward, ever open. And I think that that's really important. Just like when we see the Valfather as the Lord of Battle, but he's also the Lord of Gladsheim. we see battle and the darkness and a lot of that, but it's not the motif entirely. There is a grandeur to it as well. And so this part though definitely captures some of the kind of just brutalness of it all. So yeah, we move now into, let me see, we are in 31. Double checking, making sure so I don't skip anything, because that would be let me see. Yeah. So we see then that she comes to I saw for Balder, the bleeding god, the son of Odin, his destiny is set. Famous and fair in the lofty fields, full grown in strength, their mistletoe stood. So she's again coyishly playing with the fact that the ultimate doom was in such a pleasant place, a place unknown, unobserved, just kind of left. And she's toying with Lord Odin in this story. And again, remember, the stories have to have a certain level of entertainment value for the folk that are listening. And so, she's making coy of this. I saw for Balder, the bleeding god. The fact of calling him the bleeding god is again kind of a strike. The son of Odin, his destiny set, famous and fair in the lofty fields, full grown in strength, the mistletoe stood. Because again, mistletoe is so slight and small, she's kind of playing up with the whole how big, how strong this tiny little sprig was. And then she, of course, then reveals the whole point of it, true, is that from the branch which seemed so slender and fair came a harmful shaft that Hother should hurl. Of course, in the English, they say Hoth. Hother is, of course, the other half of Balder, the shadow. He is the blind. And, but the brother of Balder was born ere long, and one night old fought Odin's son. Now, this causes a lot of confusion because, again, the audience is understanding of certain things, and this is making reference to another one of the holy Asa, who is the Lord of corrective might, and that is, of course, Vauli. And so they're switching here that from the branch, which seemed so slender and fair, came a harmful shaft that Hoth did hurl. But the brother of Balder, which again is now she's referring to Vauli, was born nearly not very long and one night old, killed Hoth. And that's what she's referencing to. Because again, he had to his existence was brought about with the entire intent of correcting balance, which means that if Balder the light must fall, then so too must Hother the dark, because they are interconnected. It is as much the consciousness to the shadow, or the ego, or the subconscious in a way, if we wanted to kind of conceptualize it like that. And it was through Vauli's hand that, born of the Ausenya Rindur, he is not, but one night old, and he exudes his power. And I like it, the interesting usage of the story, and he's covered in gore and not even bathed in the Gylfaginning when it's mentioned. And his hands were washed not, his hair was not combed, till he bore the bale blaze, Balder's foe. Again, referring to the equilibrium of putting Hother on the pyre along with Balder. But then we talk about but in Fensaler did Frigg weep sore for Valhall's need. Would you know yet or more? And so here is the lament. And again, it's kind of a poke. because our audience would understand that what Lady Frigga had to do in order to try to stop the death of Lord Balder was to create the oath of all things. All creation was to oath to not harm him, and yet still she weeps because she had failed. So it's a little bit of a poke. Now this is I think a truly interesting part, because I don't see anyone else except for perhaps in our interpretations of the lore. We're about to venture into something that a lot of people I think are confused about, and they don't really know what to do because of, again, double namings that happen a lot in the lore. But for us, this is, again, still Vauli is enacting more justice in equilibrium. Balder is slain by Hodr, so Hodr has to be taken down. Then did Vauli slaughter bonds twist, made fairly grim with those fetters of guts. And what we're talking about now is if Balder and Hodr are in line with each other to be in equilibrium, that one dies, the other has to die. What ultimately happened, and the reason why we call Loki the Kinslayer, is that Loki took a son from his blood brother. And blood brotherhood is like brotherhood. He's a kinslayer. That's a needling act. And so what would Vauli do? Again, the birth and him being a babe is kind of, again, showing that he's pure in focus. He's completely neutral and is enacting upon himself and so Vauli then slaughters Loki's son and binds him, is what she's referring to. And a lot of people get this caught up because in Loki's, one of Loki's sons is Narvi, and then Vauli is mentioned. But I think that's actually an interplay of incorrection, which they're referring to Vauli slaying Loki's son Narvi with his Asa wife Sigyn.
So that's an important thing to guard against as well. In trying to understand our lore, I've seen a lot of other people. Again, if our lore were carved on stone on top of a mountain by the hand of one of our gods, if it was perfectly imparted to one of our great prophets in a cave, it's a very different thing. But our lore is not. Our lore teaches us, and it approaches perfect truth through imperfect means and through understandings of skalds and poets and bards and elders over time. So there's inevitably pieces of it that are imperfect, that are mistranslated, that you will find contradictions and flaws. It doesn't mean the truth of our faith is contradictory or flawed. It means the centuries, perhaps millennia of writing it down and recording it gets messed up a little bit. For example, if you look at the text we're reading right now, we find errors in it. We found one where it says mom when it means mourn. We found that, 2 stanzas ago? It's clear when you look at the original text, it's just somebody mistyped something from the original Norse. It's easy enough to unravel. All that to say this: the complete reading of the lore that we have adds context when there's a point of confusion in other pieces of lore. Each of these poems contains, very often there's similar stories told in different ones. By comparing those and finding the commonalities and finding the common threads that make sense, we're best served to get a full understanding of the circumstance, as opposed to what I've seen trying to think of the best way to put this. There are some people who, if you approach our lore as a scholastic literary study in Old Norse, it's really easy if you find one place where something is anomalous and to build everything around the anomaly that you found. It is much more solid ground to build truth out of the rule instead of the exception to the rule. And the more you study this with an eye towards piety, the more you recognize those things. So somebody finds like a little, aha, I found something that nobody else has thought about. We shouldn't celebrate the obscurity. We should celebrate the clear theme and clear predominance of the lore, as opposed to, some obscure little snippet somewhere that you find. You don't cast out the wealth of evidence to the contrary because you found one exception. It's the exception that you should look upon with some skepticism if it flies in the face of a consistent body of lore that says otherwise. And that may not make sense right now. Some of you know what I'm talking about are going to understand it, but you'll see it as we go through the lore more fully when there's these little points that don't quite match up. It's, you'll notice that Svan mentions perhaps little pieces that Snorri may get wrong or may transcribe in a slightly off way. These aren't arbitrary. It's because Svan is well versed in the existent body of our lore. So he is making sense within that context, as opposed to, aha, there's this one line. Because our lore doesn't work that way.
Well, and in particular with this situation, there is a problem about balance and Aryan mythos. If Vauli kills Hodur, but then the son of Loki, Vauli, kills his brother, people try to make that equation as Hoth kills Balder, so Loki's two sons will kill each other as well. But this immediately negates the purpose of Vauli and what he's come to do. And again, there's no stating as to this other son of Loki, what happens after he kills his brother and binds him with it. So there was these gaps that we were looking at, and the linguistics of it speculate that perhaps it was not that case, that Vauli was the instrument throughout the entirety, and this is Vauli, Odin's son, son of Odin and Rindr, and that he is enacting this vengeance because that is what he is born to do. And the moment you take that and go, oh, well, perhaps there was a kind of a double skip there, and that it's Narvi that's slain by Vauli, then everything is complete at that point, and there's no gaps.
Yes. Well, and so I noticed this because we all use Wikipedia as an aid here and there for running into something really quick. We'll quick look it up on Wikipedia. But the people that write about our faith on Wikipedia aren't writing about it as a religion. They're writing about it as an anthropological study in, Old Norse literature. And it's different there, and they entertain a lot of strange theories because they're academic curiosities rather than trying to come to an understanding of truth. It's very obvious in the story that the only Vauli that's relevant is the Vauli, especially when it has any overlap with this particular story. And his purpose could not be more clear. Now, to extrapolate the greater implications of him embodying the writing of the scales is done, through a Gothi's wisdom, but just through a reading of the story in any way, it's very obvious he is the instant birthing of vengeance that can't even comb his hair or wash the birth gore off before he accomplishes his task, and he gets vengeance for his brother and does right by his father and his family. And that is profoundly clear to anybody reading the story. And a side note, I'm excited for Svan to paint that particular mural when we get to his Hof.
Oh yes, it's again. There's a sense of, and again, Lord Odin is Aegir. He's the awesome one, the terrifying one, and Vauli is by essence of his father that kind of extension, but honed into condensed form. And truly, there's just a lot of. I've been speculating as to how I could do it justice or do it honor, and I'm not quite there yet. I don't have a full on, but again, the task is not lost on me, and I to reference some of these in the murals and create these little Easter eggs, and then transferring, I mean, perhaps in the folk Futhark, little tidbits here and there in order for people to kind of get both the poetic sense and the story sense, because I really do enjoy the what are the stories of our gods were meant to do was to teach us, but also to inspire, to evoke emotions. And
for those of you listening at home, this will be Hof number 10 when Lord Vauli gets his Hof.
Yeah, and Vauli is the arbiter of corrective order. He is the instrument of instantaneous righting of the ship, or perhaps if you, again, using Eastern tongue, Dharma. He is instant, as opposed to perhaps evolving or delayed corrective action, or the maintenance of corrective action. He is that which, when the scales are tilted farthest, he becomes that wrathful purity. I just can't even.
Yeah, no,
I'm at a loss for words.
It's Vauli is, there's such a small snippet of lore that speaks to his glory, but it's so visceral that it, in such a brevity of words, conveys like overwhelmingly powerful imagery, and I think that's a really special, I don't know, reflection of him in that way.
Yeah, and I think that the lore of our gods versus perhaps the devotion of our gods is that you have this small amount of lore, perhaps in poems, but to understand like that Vauli's eye, is like the catching of Vauli's eye is both good and bad, because the idea is that any imbalance within yourself can be shattered. So it's like that the moment of being seen by the lens of the gods in action is like, do you want to be truly noticed? And are you prepared to stand before that understanding that despite all, he enacts that justice swiftly if need be? And I've always found with my personal religious workings with Vauli that I speak in oftentimes hushed tones and lower prayers, and I give offering with great humbleness, because I don't think that we truly have the ability, because we're mortal, to really introspectively look at the balances within ourselves. And so I oftentimes have always very quietly and humbly given unto Vauli gift, because I don't want to not offend, but just again, it's just it's a sense of reverence for a power that is always, again, just like with Lord Thor, if the power that is around is good, but it can be very powerful and unrelenting if you don't respect it.
You'll notice we've got, we're into the second of 3 many hours long episodes about a 60 stanza poem, or 66 stanzas, I believe, that we could go through. We could go through it very quickly, but there's a lot of really important things that pop up that I think are worthy of talking about. And I want to make this one, further extrapolation when we're talking about Lord Valley. This goes to the very essence of so much of what we talk about and so much of what I harp on here. We got very little. I think a lot of people who are Reconstructionist in their approach to our faith can wrap their head around, how we would build a cult to Odin or to Thor that we have so many stories and such a wealth of information on. But they scratch their heads and don't know what to do in order to build an active worship of some of our gods that we don't have a wealth of knowledge on. We have very little. But this is what I mean. The lore is a tool to get to know our gods better. But I've always maintained, and I believe, and you know what? X that, I think that we're very used to. I mentioned words being important earlier. We have this ingrained humility on it. It's not what I believe, it's what I know. If we had none of our lore and we were without those things, we found ourselves on a distant planet, on a deserted island, and it was just us and our gods. We would build lore. We would build relationship. We would come to know them better if we approach them through piety. And that's what we are doing. And it's a huge hope of ours that by establishing hofs to some of these gods that we know less about, that we will build those relationships and those bonds in such a way that we'll be blessed with greater knowledge and greater understanding of them. And we've already seen that the relationships with our gods have grown as our hofs honoring them have been established and as regular worship at those hofs occur. So I'm excited for that as it grows and develops. But again, the lore is a tool to help us build those relationships. What is most important is building that relationship with our gods. I've said it before, there's a profound difference in being a scholar on a subject and being someone who has a personal relationship with someone. Or I say with someone, it's not, it is a relationship. It's not like, Baldur's my homie. It doesn't, some people have trivialized it to that point, but it's absolutely a relationship between a worshiper and his gods. And that's the most important thing. If the lore helps us to get there, fine. But if you have the lore without the relationship and without the devotion, then you're a scholar, and that's fine to be a scholar. But being a scholar does not make you Asatru. And if you have the relationship with our gods and you have, no knowledge of our lore, or you've never seen it or didn't have access to it, you are closer to being Asatru than the scholar who's never, put his book down and prayed.
In verse 35, there comes a point again in mentioning the kinslayer again. And I wanted to bring up another point too, because again, the way that we organize things, when we talk about the gods and we talk about hierarchy, very little is said beyond that. And so this is another great point of understanding about the way we observe the hierarchy of the gods, and perhaps other people or fly-by-nights or things like that perhaps lose it in the fold, but we have an absolute kind of observation of it. And so one did I see in the wet woods bound. And that again is the Verlundi. It's the mired lands, and again, it's mentioned in the Gylfaginning is the kettle groves, and it's mentioned in the Völuspá as well later on. But one did I see in the wet woods, a lover of ill, the worker of strife is basically what the lover of ill means. And to Loki like, it again likening to his name known amongst the gods. And by his side does Sigyn sit, nor is glad to see her mate. Vitud en kvar. It's, would you like to know more? And so it's in that part again too. It's worth noting, like a lot of people, it's hard to formulate an understanding of who is Sigyn. And so the observation and in hierarchy that I have always placed in this is the Ausinjur, the goddesses, are clearly mentioned. There's Frigga, there's Freya, there's Fulla, Snotra, Nawa, and all of them are named Fulla, and Var and Vaur and Stoven and Ljoven, and all of the Ausinjur are mentioned. And then outside of that, we have very key beings in our faith and in the stories that are not mentioned in that list. And so we call them the Austvinir, the beloved ones, and they're aligned with the gods and therefore are of the gods, but they're not listed as the Ausinjur. So you have, for instance, like Idun, and most of us, I think it's going without saying, but because the list was set as of the Ausinjur, and that has a titled sense of perhaps the working machinations of our faith, and the faith of our ancestors, about who they prayed to, versus the forces that are present in heavenly being. So you have Sif and Idun, and one of the Austvinir that is is of the gods, but then is consigned to the fate based off her obligation and oath to the kinslayer is Sigyn. So she's one of the Austvinir. Perhaps, like, again, in the hierarchy of heaven, she was on the list, but now she resides, her fate tied to the one in which she was linked to. And so, in this part, she is of the same ill fate as her husband. And she still honors the oath. She still presides the oath. And despite, Loki's kind of shifting and changing, she holds true because she is, again, victory. She is the Austvinir of, or was of victory and of maintaining troth. And she does it even despite the knowing that being of the hand that kills Odin's son is going to bide her no remorse. She then encapsulates herself in the fate of Loki. So then here we go into a mentioning in 36. From the east there pours through poisoned vales with swords and daggers the river Sleeve. And this is an interesting usage of the, again, rivers. I think perfect example of this is like some of the reconstructionists were talking about how all the rivers have to be at the roots and all the roots have to be at the bottom, and everything, in order to make sense that there's a tree standing up, there has to be this understanding that they basically just completely flipped all of the cosmological power of movement without I think an understanding, perhaps just to, again, make sense of it all. But this is an interesting one because it is mentioned about being in between kind of Jotunheim and Helheim, or Niflheim, And that's again because all the rivers and Sleeve is not from Jotunheim. It's known that. So basically what's saying in this is that you know, from the east, it is known as the one of the Ellivaur, one of the dreadful waves of the underworld. But you know, it pours in from the east of that land, the sword, the river Slither, and Slither just means cruel. And you'll notice that about all the rivers mentioned in the lower worlds they have a connection towards. There's like the festering battle wound. There's the river of the crying out of souls. There's the river that is cruel, the one that is a noise, a cacophonous monster or a cacophonous singer. All of the rivers of the lower begin to have that kind of very, very, you know, just desperation in them. So, you know, from the east through the poisoned vales with swords and daggers, the river Sleeth. Northward a hall in Niederveller. So in Niederveller is, or Niedervolum is the land underneath the earth. It is the shady place where the kind of the bridging between the mortal realm and the timeless realm of Niflheim. And there is again a mentioning to the Dvergar or to the Dwero or the dwarves or the Svartalfar. And this again is a part that perhaps is lost, but there's the brewing you know, so the northward at hall in Niedervella of gold then rose for Sindri's race, and Sindri's race is mentioned as Sindra Etter, or the family, or the people of, or in essence, the family of Sindri, the dark elves, the Svart elves. I mean, and in Okolnir, another stood where the giant Brimmer his beer hall had, and again, oak is the place of oaks, and so oftentimes this is kind of seen as a place within the east, a place amongst the Jotuns. So there's not a ton of referencing as to you know, the northward hall in Niederveller and the beer hall of Brimmer in oak, in the oak land, or the power of the oaked place. And it's kind of, again, perhaps alluding to stories that we've lost in relation to especially Okolnir. So again, it's establishing as we're moving down, and that I think is another important point that you'll notice in the poem, that the Valla starts with the upper world, and then she moves to the middle world with Mimmir's Well, and then she speaks of the slaying, and now she devotes all of her attention to the lower, the shadowed realm, the place in which the tree of heaven, its roots burrow into the shade of this place, and few know of it. And in here, she says, a hall I saw far from the sun. On Naustrand it stands, and its doors face north. Venom drops through the smoke vent down, or the central place, and from around the walls do serpents wind. And so now we're talking about Helgard, and with an understanding of certain things. One, a lot of people automatically jump to the act like, oh, Snorri was a Christian, and so he's going to make Helgard very terrible because his understanding of like an underworld. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that it's worth noting that our ancestors took to the understanding that that death was the opposite of wholeness, that it was the breaking apart place. And so it was often seen as dark and mist, and that's because, again, they're relating the mythos of death to what its proper station, which is dark and grounding and dissipative. But there is clearly places in which on that there stands a kind of good and a bad, and she mentions Naustrand, the nether beach, and she talks about the door that faces north. Again, one of the reasons this is mentioned is one, a north-facing door catches the northern wind, a cold wind. It's also mentioned that Nipa's cave. Nipa means like a mound, and so it's and I know it's gonna laud some laughs, but it survives in our language like in the same as like nipple, and it means like a pronging spot. Nipa's cave is a cave inside a kind of a mound, and it could be viewed as a kurgan, or it could be viewed sometimes as a natural structure, but it's seen as the place that kind of juts up in the north, and that the soul travels down that road, and then that the door that's awaiting it that faces the north is the ever opening door of Helgard, because all things must end and all things must die. Venom dropping through the smoke vent down. I mean, that's worth noting. The smoke vent of a hall, and the idea that venom doesn't necessarily just mean like from fangs. It was the fetid process, or the things that which break down. And so all of Helgard is always associated with what I call the calamity of Midgard. It's the all things that are used to catalyst and break apart and slowly pull down. And I think it's just an understanding that our ancestors had towards death, and that it was not entirely just Christianization. If that was the case, I would think like perhaps if he was bringing up concepts of like lakes of fire and things of that nature, he might have that might have been an overstep. But that is not the case. And so I think it's worth noting that there's a power and an understanding that our ancestors, if they accept us, we can then move into sacred and held space. But if we are rejected by them, then we find ourselves on Naustrand, crossing, the river Gjol and the river Slither, and finding ourselves there with, the serpents and the beasts of separation. So again, the reason why I'm keying in on that is because a lot of, I would say, modern Asatru in one of its follies, as far as I would say, like, not even Asatru, perhaps Norse paganism, is they have a tendency, that's Snorri's Christianization of the underworld, and we don't have a place where there's like consequences. And I would beg to differ.
Yeah, that's silly, and it's part of the maybe childlike is a better word. So in anything, in any new endeavor, in any great break from the norm, there's a period of infancy where you start out and are first, literally like an infant or a child, you're first trying to get your bearings on life and the world around you. And it necessitates, extremes and kind of a flailing period where you're finding yourself and you're finding what's what. And then once you understand that, as you grow and as you mature, you move from that. Well, Asatru in its infancy, in its modern stage, in the rebirth of Asatru, there was a need to anything that Christianity has, we can't have any point of commonality. We have to be the opposite. That's some of what I'd like to talk about when I do get to some of the side questions on LeVay and Crowley. This isn't that. No, it's interesting that this is not a direct reworking of hell, but with Viking, or of Christian, of Sheol or Tartarus, but with a Viking coat of paint. It's different. And one of the key points, and I mentioned before when we started this last week and at other times, that there are multiple levels to our lore. On the first most basic level, Naustrand is bad and foreboding and scary, and there's snakes like dripping venom spit on you, and it's gross and it's miserable and it's cold, and wolves are trying to eat people, and it's a messed up place you don't want to be. We understand that. The further and deeper understanding of it is it's a place of disillusion, dissolving, of breaking your components down into their fundamental pieces, because it is a place of recycling. Your soul, your you-ness, your ek, along with other parts of your you, are found so worthless that not only do you not have worth, but your existence is of negative value to our gods and our folk. And your pieces are dissolved and literally recycled into something better than the creation that is/was you. We don't believe that's the fate of anyone who sins or anyone who falls short of the glory of the gods, as other faiths might put it. But that is for people who have defined themselves by their villainy, who have defined themselves by their lack of character and their lack of behavior, their behavior that is so far beyond the pale that their existence is a disgrace to our folk and our gods. And it's one of the things you see a similar principle when you read Tacitus. I know it's probably pronounced Tacitus, but it sounds funny. It doesn't got good mouth feel. And so we're going to call him Tacitus now, just like we're going to call him Caesar and not Caesar, whatever I think the more appropriate Latin is. Just sounds better. Anyways, Tacitus, when he writes in Germania about how, thieves and murderers and other folks are punished by their hung in trees for people to see as an example of, hey, this guy did something bad. But certain things, and he mentions homosexuals and cowards, those who flee in the face of danger, that was so distasteful that no, they put them in bogs because they didn't want to be reminded. They were all made less by the reminder of those people's existence. And so that's the idea here. There's other forms of you not getting rewarded in the afterlife. But if you're on the strand, you're being dissolved and repurposed into, so your component parts can be used for something much more worthy. And this idea of dissolving parts of the soul does have crossover into subjects that other folks in the chat are talking about in terms of Hermeticism and other Western magical tradition. There is some overlap there, and that's one of the things I wanted to make sure we weren't being too hard on folks that maybe aren't coming at this from an Asatru perspective.
Well, it speaks here in stanza 40, and it's worth noting there is another poem comprising called Hauksbok, in which they pull one of the stanzas, stanza 44, and kind of interlope it in here. And so some scholars have, it's worth noting that at least in that one there is a mention of it, but the verses are moved, and I think that's again because in this part there's repetition being mentioned, and verse 44 still doesn't migrate away from the realm in which the Vala is talking about the underworld, so it doesn't necessarily even kind of contradict anything in Hauksbok, but here it's pulled in later, but it's again a part of a repetition that is established when again saying the poem and filling in sections of it with repetition in order to bridge to the next point in the verses is kind of what the poets are doing. But yeah, Austur satt in altna I Ironviði. So East sat in the old iron copses. Oh, did I?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Thank you catching me on that one. Sorry, let's jump it back first real quick. I was concentrating on that interpolation part that I jumped ahead. So there I saw wading through rivers wild the treacherous men and murderers too, and the workers of ill with wives of men. And again, that's an interesting one too, because when we talk about the bonded maidens that are it's generally alluded to being like the trothful maidens of men, even though it's not outright mentioned. It's spoken of as that these ladies are of the bonding of oaths, and so therefore they are wed women. And so that I saw their wading through the rivers wild, and this again is the referencing to Gjol, which is the name Gjol survives very much in our language, like with the word yelp, and so it's like a crying out. So it's the river of mournful cries, and they're wading through, and in this is there's treacherous men, murderers, wanton murderers, ones that kill without any sense, the workers of ill and balefulness, and and the treachery and cunning with bonded maidens, and there Neath Holger is the corpse ripper, or the consumer in the darkness, the thing that Neath is kind of, again, underneath. It survives in our language with like nether or underneath. So he's the nether ripper, but again, also in relation to corpses, and is often poetically called the corpse ripper because of the souls washing up on Nastron's beaches. And so I think it's worth noting too, like we have the one where it's like, oh, Snorri Christianizes everything, and that's just that's why Helheim's kind of a downer, man, is because he's a Christian. But on the other end, I don't believe that there's like all of the divine and holy gods kind of descend into this underworld realm and kind of measure your soul against a feather kind of thing. And I have seen that alluded in places. And I think that what it does is it negates out some of the obvious things as the gods, witnessing us as we live. And in essence, marking our fate. The fact that they can administer doom or boon is part of that, is that they don't have to do that kind of in an end. And it matters with every individual soul. Because again, I think that is ultimately, not seen in our faith as a grand scale. The gods aren't, waiting for your individual soul to come down into Helgard so that they can, pull out the feather scale or whatever and listen to your lawyer, Filkja. I think that kind of goes in a very different mode than what we see throughout most Aryan ethos. And, but what we do see is that the culmination is the final crossing into the land of our ancestors is ultimately held by our ancestors. Because if it wasn't, what would be the point of impressing? What would be the point of giving piety and giving honor? The idea is that you want to be reunited with them, and that they, in essence, have some extenuating power to perhaps exclude you. And you don't want to be in that position. You don't want to be marked by the gods because of your ill deeds, and you don't want to be, outcast by your ancestors. But if they had no part and play in it, then in essence, I mean, obviously to honor is to honor, but the idea again is that you want to be reconnected with them. You do not want to be judged by them as well as being of ill repute, to be a needling. And I think that's part of the siphoning. The reason why the souls are moving around is that there's this filtration process to refine the might of the souls of the folk. And so, you see the wading through the rivers, and there Neithhogur, the blood of the slain, he sucks. And the wolf, or the Vargur, specifically the Vargur, tear men. Would you like to know more? Or, would you know yet more? The Vargur are kind of, in my observation of the faith, is that these souls that pass through the thresholds of Gjol and Slither are left with no recollection of perhaps themselves, but are mindless, savage Vargur. And Vargur has a lot of meaning. Vargur is a wolf. Vargur is an outlaw. It is both. And so somebody who to be titled as such is not a good thing. It's a bad thing. It's and I think that, like, I know ultimately it's going to bring up the point of perhaps Varg in the persona that he is again, a lot of that was built on the idea that the society that we have now is a foreign, it's Christian, it's terrible, and so excluding all of that, I'm going to be this kind of edge walking savage wolf. And I can see that kind of in a way, and even to today, but it's again eliminating the joy of order and kind of ultimately working against it. So I wouldn't want to carry that on if I was him in his elder age, but again, little love for modern world. And again, it's a modern battlefield that we have to fight on, with a lot of things going on, and a lot of people just kind of like him. He just wants to tune it out, stand against it. So in that, in that Nastrond, where Neithhogur and the Vargur are chewing up the souls, and then in turn making them into Vargur again. And it's like these are the a good equivalency of the foul spirits, if you could use the Greek word demon in a way, of Naustron, these savaging souls. And then in the east, the giantess of old in Ironwood sat. Sorry, and I read that wrong, because in the Old Norse it's east. Oster sat in Aldna Irnviri. But in the English translation, the east is mentioned in the second line, so it throws me off a little bit. But the Aldna, the elder being, is of course generally seen as the giantess, the Jotuness, but it's not. The word Jotnar is not used. It's Aldna, this elder thing, and of course they're referring to by the gods, I can't believe it. It's like I'm reading and had a complete and other brain fart. The bringer of Baal, the worker of and I guess because I don't speak her name very often. Chat, help me out. I need help. I can admit it. The mother of Fenris and Jormungandr and Hel is Angerboda. Sorry, I don't know if anybody answered it or not. I'm actually looking at something else. Angerboda, the breeder of misfortune and the bringer of the bearing forth, if you will. But let me see. I want to see. Did anybody answer that? Yes, Adam, you got it. Sorry, I wasn't actually looking at the script, or looking at the side. I wasn't looking at the chat script. And good job. Yeah, everybody's hitting it. Angerboda. I'm sorry, it just didn't hit me right away. But yeah, that's what this is referencing to, is the Alda, the ancient being that resides in the East Woods, in the Iron Woods or Iron Vidi, is Angerboda. She is the true and kind of opposite of Sigyun, the bearer forth of the tripartite of woe, if you will. Fenris being the most detrimental in heaven, and Jormungandr being the most static in the middle, and Hela being the most stasis and kind of unoffending in Helgard, but given a kind of position of function. And so you see it as kind of, again, the closer to heaven, the closer to the tree, the closer to the roots, the closer to the gods, versus the farther away. And that is really about the dissipation of a cycle, and she represents that dissipation. So, it says, the giantess of old in Ironwood sat in the east and bore the brood of Fenrir. Now, this could, again, some people have suggested perhaps this is Fenrir with Angerboda, but most likely with the usage of the word kinder, it means of the like. So in Fenrir, the Fenrir means the dweller in the fens. Fenrir's kind, Fenrir's ilk is that of the wolf, is that of the destructor, the consumer. And among these ones in monsters' guise was soon to steal the sun from the sky. And this, of course, is referring to Hati and Skjold that are later to be mentioned. They're mentioned in Grimness Mall, and they're the consumers of the light, the sun and the moon.
This is really an important point. What does Skjold and Hati mean?
Okay, so let's let me go forth here. Skjold is again, the way that it's written is SKO with 2 dots over it. And I want to give the proper understanding. Let's see. And Hati, again, referencing to consumption, but let's see here. Yeah, so skål in the sense of scornful, loud laughter. The idea of like it's the laughter in the back of the room when you fall.
I threw that out there as a bit of a rhetorical device because I know the answer because it's really important. But the idea of mockery. There's something said about somebody who complains, but there's a further level of mockery and making fun of, making light of, laughing when those who try to do good things stumble. And the other literally means one who hates, the haters, as it were. This is profound. We see this in Asatru. We see this in pro-white circles that we are in all of the time, and the truth plays out. The biggest element that seeks to ravenously devour any light and good that we have are those that sit on the sidelines and criticize and hate on everything you try to do and mock everyone who makes an effort. This is the Norse way of describing the crab in the bucket in a profound and very meaningful way. My favorite. So I'm trying to. I wish I could find the text because it means the world to me. But one of the most meaningful quotations, I suppose, is Teddy Roosevelt's "Man in the Arena" speech, because it's always meant a lot to me personally, and it's really profound. And I think it encapsulates so much of what we talk about regularly, so much of the struggle of the AFA over the decades now, so much of the things that that we all deal with, and very specifically this concept. And it's one of the bigger, themes that I talk about, is the idea that Asatru is about doing and not about thinking. And that it's very, very easy for people in mom's basement to criticize. But it's much, much harder to be out there doing and making things happen. But this has always been so meaningful to me, the idea that the devouring forces of chaos that seek to swallow the sun and swallow the moon are the haters and mockery, literally the critics. And so indulge me. This is a part of Teddy Roosevelt's Citizen in a Republic speech. Hold on one second. Good night, baby. I love you. Can I get a hug? I love you too. Sorry about that. All right. So Teddy says, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Shame on the man of cultivated taste who lets refinement to develop in his fastidiousness that unfits him for doing the rough work of the workday world. We talk in Asatru, one of the things that you'll encounter time and again is that we are our deeds. There are a great many that search for any excuse not to do, not to accomplish, not to make deeds happen in the world. One of the things that we've seen is this struggle to stay one step ahead of the critics, one step ahead of the naysayers, one step ahead of the armchair quarterbacks who always have something to say, but never have anything to show for it. And this may seem like a strange aside, but it's a really important theme. And that's what I'm trying to jump on in the Völuspá as it's setting the tone for the rest of our series that we're doing on this. The theme of staying one step ahead of the jaws of the wolf. I always go back to the name of the program, but that's why it's called Victory Never Sleeps, is you can't let your guard down even for a second, because if you do, the wolf is at your heels trying to devour you. Our big good versus evil split in Asatru is order versus chaos. But the continuation of order is an action. And when you rest, entropy sets in. The act of not doing leads to destruction, because the forces that surround us of chaos are always there with gaping maw one step behind us. If we stop, if we get lazy, if we get full of ourselves, if we rest on our laurels, we are devoured. We always have to stay one step ahead of the wolf. And I just thought this is a poignant reminder of that, and it sets a tone for the rest of our lore.
Yeah, the scoffing. I've often spoke about that too. Is like the cynicism is the death of a lot of things that are trying to be built up. It's a destructive force. You always find a bunch of people building and focusing on inward and doing and creating and organizing and building that structure, and then you'll find the one off on the side scoffing, the one that doesn't have true criticism, but will just try to pick apart or create something or create a straw man or simply just kind of gaslight you into believing one way. And that is the scoffing cynicism that oftentimes plagues modern, perhaps with the anonymity of the internet that creates that scoffingness. But I remember somebody saying that, and this is something that made me think about the nature of scoffing and hatred kind of in hand, but one often is the visual and the other is like the hidden intent. Is I remember somebody saying that in comparison to some of the victories that we've gained in the Asatru Folk Assembly, that they said, oh, well, Christianity, churches are everywhere. That doesn't make them good, or something like that. Or Christianity is everywhere and that doesn't make it good. And kind of trying to, again, scoff against the achievements that have been attained and ultimately the struggles that have been in order to make those, but simply just looking at the end results. Oh, well, the end results, if you've got glory and you've got victories, that, there's other people that have it too.
So
that doesn't mean that it's good. And that's
this is the thing I just want to relate. And this is not because I'm clever or because this was a sick burn, but it's posted a picture a while back of Gothi Rob Stam at Thorshof doing a children's bloat with the children. And somebody on Twitter felt that was an appropriate thing to criticize and talk about how that place looks soulless and whatever nonsense they said. And I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I was trying to put it in perspective. And I said, okay, please show me, a picture of how your children do bloat in one of your hofs so I can see it, so I can see how to do it right. Well, what I really meant was, okay, that's the thing. The AFA is not above criticism. I personally am certainly not above criticism. I am a great distance from perfection. But if one's going to criticize, let's have a suggestion of what we could do to move forward better. If you're going to come against us as if, we've got it all wrong and you've got it all right, then certainly you have something to show for it that is comparable or is greater, so we can all figure it out and move forward together. It's not about being free from any criticism. There's time for, just and right criticism. But there's a certain segment of folks that think that criticism in and of itself is a noble deed. And it's not. It's a lack of deeds. There's stuff, and I noticed in the room earlier, like I'm not I'm not ignorant, I'm not unaware, and I don't think the other people in here aren't either. Absolutely, when you're done with the program, if you want, Google about sewers in New York and crazy stuff they're finding today. It's there, it exists, it's just not what we do. All of the thought that there's other groups of people out there holding us down, sometimes there are. But what I see daily are our own people holding us down through defeatism, through mockery, and through just petty, nitpicky criticism. If half of that energy was put towards, you know, putting your shoulder to the wheel and pushing and making this go forward, it's amazing where we would be. We'll get there eventually, but we would get there a lot faster with folks helping out instead of, me nonsense. If you got a better idea, cool. Better yet, if you've got something you're doing that's better, let us know. We'll get behind it. But if you don't, get on the team. Help push. Let's make stuff happen.
And correct me, we're moving on to 41.
Yes, I tend to hijack these. That's why we've got to take so many episodes to
I want to
cover
make sure I didn't want to skip, but I mean, again, very poignant parts, and I think perhaps bringing to light things that have merit, especially in the olden times to now, worth noting. Let's see here. There feeds he full on the flesh of the dead, and the home of the gods he reddens with gore. And so this, of course, too, referencing to Fenris and the idea of the tainting of heaven by the chaos wolf, by the Fenris, by the dweller of the fen. But it's, it's again, some people could take it to that it's also in reference to Nidhogr, but the home of the gods is the key one. He reddens with gore. I think that is a resurgence of, or a returning of Fenris to his home where he was raised, which is the heavenly abode. And dark grows the sun, and in summer soon come mighty storms. Would you know yet more? So now we begin to look at both Ragnarok in the coming of the forces against the gods and of kind of natural, perhaps, indications. So, it's when the time is to come, there the red sullied chest of Fenris, the one who besmirched the gods with his wantonness, is now will return, and the sky will grow dark, and the storms will come. And some people have gone into even like literalizing that, like, in the summertime there will be great storms, and then will come the Fimble winter of 3. And so I'm not putting that forth or anything like that, but it's interesting how the referencing of time is used, and specifically summer does come the mighty storms. And this one is interesting too. So now we get into Egther. On a hill there sat, and smote on his harp Egther the joyous, the giant's warder. So this again, I think, is referencing to the edge-bound, perhaps the one who presides over the edges of Jotunheim, but apparently in the usage of the harp, I think that this is giving denote to perhaps a terrible sound. his name means is the like the edge cut, that which is sliced, and he is joyous. He's the warder of the Jotnar, and he sits above him. There is a cock in the bird wood crowned, fair and red did Fjallar stand. And so what's going on right now is the mentioning of the resounding sounds. There is the mention of the roosters, one in heaven, one in Midgard, and one in the world below. And why, again, it's so important to emphasize the placement of the tripartite, the upper, the middle, the lower, and it's consistently emphasized over and over and over again. And this again is the sounding of in the east comes this the baying of the cock that crows, that now is the time in which the end of the gods is nigh, and the Jotuns are to amass, and then of course in heaven. So it goes. In 42, there's the Jotun who sits on the edge, and he takes to note that the cock crows in Jotunheim. And just as the same, it appears again with Lord Heimdall, that and there then the gods crowed Gullinkombi, or golden comb. And he wakes the heroes in Odin's hall, or in Valhall, and beneath the earth does another crow, a rust red bird at the bars, or the gates of hell. And it's the crow is the cock that crows in Helgard is not mentioned by name. And I have seen poetic usages of it. Some people will say because of the rust red, it's the salt, or rather the sooty red, like chicken or rooster honey, the salt rather. He is soot red, black red, and some people I've taken poetically to call him Røyðarkombi or Blóðarkombi, blood red comb, but those are poetic usages not found in the lore, just simply is not named. In 43, it just says Sotrauther, sooty red. In 44, it says now Garm, and remember this was the interpolation that happened in Hauksbach, where it was back at 40. But now Garmer howls loud at Nipahelur, at the gates, at the entry point. And the fetters that hold him will burst, and the wolf runs for. Now, is this reference to the wolf being Garmr? Most likely not. It's probably a reference to Fenris, because Garmr was kind of seen as a hound and not as a wolf. But a lot of people do kind of make that mistake, or make that connection, I should say. But he's howling in the gates of that which is dissipated, that which we never come back from, is now shuddering, and he's howling. And then Fenris is loosened from his chains in the east, in the Black Lake, where his slaver is poisoning the water that flows into the middle world, and the sword that in his mouth is pulled. It's the wolf runs free. Much do I know, and more can see of the fate of the gods, the mighty in fight. And so now begins the onslaught of Ragnarok. Brothers shall fight and fell each other, and sisters' sons shall kinship stain. So, and this is, there's a lot of interpretation in this one, and I really like the way he worded it, because I have seen some other ones where it's like, perhaps the idea is like brothers and sisters will lay together. And again, that is one of the interpretations of staining the kinship, is the sanctity of that, and that just that absolute and wanton kind of immoral sense. But and that's a tendency where I take it. But again, I want to be honest with it. Is that the kinship of the folk in just in general is also being torn asunder. There's no peace to be had between the folk, and they fight each other and they fell each other. Hard it is on the earth with mighty whoredom. And that's the one I wanted to really look up, but we'll get to that in a second. But it's an axe time, a sword time. Shields are sundered, wind time, wolf time. And again, in the translation, is old is an age. So it could be easily just said axe age, sword age, or a time like an epoch or an epic. It's the epoch of the axe. It's the epoch of the sword. It's the winding age. It's the wolfing age. Ere the world falls, nor ever shall men each other spare. A great time of war and strife, where all bonds between marriage and kinship are stained, and there's no return. Yeah. So let me see here. Where we were on that one? Yeah. So the word the whoredom, the whoredom, the great whoredom. Mikil is the great. So it is the kind of sense of wantonness, or the destitution, the immoral. And again, a lot of people try to throw this, that Snorty's just, oh, there he goes, being a Christian again. But I mean, the word is clearly in relation. Whoredom is an Anglo-Saxon word. Whordormr is, of course, an Old Norse word. It's not something where he's like, stating stuff about Sodom and Gomorrah or something from the Bible. I mean, it is known. It is a word that can quantify a thing. And that thing is, again, wantonness and immoral impropriety. And that's why I often say, it's like, again, Asatru is a moral religion, and in the way it frames itself is based on order, and anything against order is ultimately immoral, not necessarily saying unnatural, because disorder happens in nature quite often. And there's much that can be said in nature that is natural, but we would never do it. And so we always stick to the premise of morality versus whether it's happens in nature or it's natural. No, there is immoralness that is worth to be noted, and that is this time, the time that is it's. So it's making kind of a reference to the prophecy of the earth being filled with strife and immorality or immoral behavior, and brothers and sisters and there's no kinship that's sanctified anymore. And so everything begins to dissolve and the hierarchy of life begins to break down. I think that's a really, truly kind of powerful. Everybody seems to mention or remember this stanza in particular. It's the axe age, the sword age, the wind age, the wolf age. That's such a very powerful usage. Even when we translate it to our language, it has a very, very powerful point. But again, we see that because the perennial truths of our stories is that, again, it's not perhaps stating any, but all times like that, and all ages like that we can see these cycles pass through. So I don't know if it denotes to a singular thing or a singular time. And I think that brings us.
I want to elaborate on that. Does bring us to the end.
Yeah.
I wanted to. So I went in and said goodnight to my daughter, and I got back in time to catch Svan's bit about just because it could possibly be found in nature doesn't make it the natural order of things. And I think that harkens back to what I was saying earlier. The rule is based on the commonality, not based on the one exception or the one outlier. Mutation exists. Freaks exist. But the reason freaks are interesting and we, marvel at them or are disgusted by them or have a strange reaction to them is they deviate from the norm and from what is the right order of nature. Certainly you find deviations in nature that occur and we marvel at them because they are so odd in their occurrence. Just because something could possibly be found in nature doesn't make it quote unquote natural. Natural refers to the natural order of things and how things are supposed to work and how things optimally work. The disruptions we see in nature are often omens of calamity and bad things. So, I'm going to finish up the text next week. I need to confer with Svan and see what kind of availability he's got on what we're going to tackle after that. But I do want to go over all of the poems of both of the Eddas, and it's going to take some time, but this is certainly a highlight of my week is getting here to spend time with Svan and with you guys, talking about this that we love so much. I don't know if Michael from Jordshof and his wife, I don't know if they are still in the room. I know they asked a couple of questions. I want to get to the questions now that we didn't answer because they weren't directly about the text that we were covering. Hopefully, if they are still around, they're asking a little bit about my hammer. For anyone who can't see, mine is modeled after one found in Sweden from the 10th century in Östergötland. Again, I'm putting it up to the deal, but I'm sort of changing my view here so I can see if you guys can see something decent or not. Anyways, that's what mine was modeled after. This one was made by a private guy, not too in, I want to say 2014, 2015, but it's the same pattern of the very, very first one I had. And I don't want to go, I think she's asleep now. I don't want to wake her by rooting around in there, but I gave my very first hammer to Aubrey. And it's a brass version of that same model that I found in, I think it was called the museum store. It was back when malls were a thing. It was at the Fifth Avenue Mall in Anchorage, Alaska. It was the museum store, and they had all these things on there, but they had a couple of different versions of Thor's hammer on there. And it was exciting to me as someone who newly come home to Asatru that this was there. And there was all kind of other stuff, and there was Egyptian things, and there was all kind of different stuff. But the fact they had a couple of Mjolnirs there was really nice, and that was my first one. So this is modeled after that. I'm not sure if that's the one you mentioned in the question. That's the one your husband has. Not sure, but I'm looking forward to meeting him at Charming of the Plow at Jordshof, so we can compare at that point and see if it is the same one or not.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, because I mean, we got through all of this, and I'm hoping people listening to this and are the lore that we went through in, what is it, an hour and a half, 2. But if you like this, make sure, again, click that. I hate to say it because now I'm sounding like these people I see, but click the like button and share it with your friends. Get it out
Click,
there.
like, share.
If this is something you want to see more of, then this is something that we want to do, but it's based off of, the input, if you will.
We can refine them. There's sometimes we get committed. Okay, she is on here. Great, Emily. I'm glad that you got the answer to your question. I know you guys were heading off for the night. You guys have a good night. We'll talk to you later. We're going to do them regardless, but we'd like to do them with an audience that's getting the most out of them. So your suggestions are important. Otherwise, it's just me and Svan on here doing it. But we're going to get all the way through the Epic poems. We will hopefully do more after that. You guys have been awesome. Our audience on Victory Never Sleeps has been amazing. It is a much greater feedback and reach than I could have anticipated when we started this 78 episodes ago. So thank you guys so much. But yeah, we want to hear what you guys like, what you guys don't, what you think would be a cool idea. We're always open to that feedback because it helps us. It helps us refine this and do the best we can. We're not going to take everybody's suggestions all the time. Sometimes they're bad suggestions, but we still want to hear them so we know one way or another. So our first question was submitted before the stream started from Tyler Bethay, one of our folk builders, actually. I often hear that Galdr, in its historical practice, did not entail the chanting of a rune, but was more like a song. Can you speak on the differences between our practice of Galdr and the way it was supposedly done in Elder times? Also, why do we do it the way we do? Okay, so I'll separate these because I want to get Svan's responses on these, and I'll respond afterwards. What's the difference between the Galdr that we do today and the Galdr that supposedly was done in Elder times that is different than our Galdr? Svan has grown silent.
Oh no, I didn't know if you were going to take it.
No, I want you to opine on this. I think I know exactly where this is coming from, and I think you do too. So, okay, I guess. What historical examples of Galdr do we have to go
on? Well, that's the interesting thing is it's never fully quantified. Galdra, it's a magical spell. It's a magical song. It's a magical, perhaps, poem. As we know when we were joking in the past episode about Rimur. And there is not a very big gap between song, poem, and speech, and sound in general. But to quantify what exactly it looks like, I mean, generally it's always spoken of as being these magical songs or of a magical song. And so I think it's worth noting that Galdr is, that's where it gets interesting. Okay. I can tell you in the past, there's no definitive like, oh, this is Galdr. So that's 100% there, but we do know that.
Whoa! Skull, and Hati have proposed that they know what original Galdr was like, and it's very different than what we do. Surely we have lots of instances of that, do we not?
Again, from my study, Galdr is based around the idea of creating or weaving together a magical spell or a magical sense. Galdr is utilized in Icelandic as, again, it's not specific. It's very broad. When we talk about the usage of it, though, in relation, let's talk first about I guess, proto sounds of runic.
No. I'm looking for examples that we have obviously have lots of ancient Gothar performing Galder that's not runic. Because I've missed those in my study, but surely you've come upon those.
No, and that's the thing is Galder is I mean, it's referenced in Rigstula that Rig teaches Koenig the runes. He teaches him how to speak the words or the songs or the spells. And there, I think, is one of the references to Galder. Don't quote me on it just yet, though. I'd have to actually physically go through and look at it. But again, the implication there is that there is the singing of spells because the runes and the tines are connected to magic. And what Galder is not always seen as a specific thing. It is kind of an encompassing thing. And
so
I think
please continue with your Galder, but for the audience that may not be in on the in joke, I'm obviously being facetious. There's not a lot of examples of historical Galder. Everything Svan is saying is absolutely correct about it, but there is a certain group of folks out there that posit that somehow we're doing it wrong. And I'm trying to, kind of jokingly prod Svan for the sources we have of the right way to Galder, which, unless there's a source that perhaps he knows that I don't know, those sources don't really exist that way. So please carry on about Galder because it's an important topic, and I want people to learn more about it, even outside of the the criticism.
Well, and when I was going through my runic studies and being taught by my teacher, he spoke of the fact that the breaking down of Galder into its proto sounds ultimately is kind of like broad strokes to finite. And what you were talking about earlier, the understanding of the proto sound and the vocalization of it is in a way of opening up that cordage of power in reference to the runes. But one of the things that I was taught was that ultimately what you would do is layer it within a poem or within a song or within a prayer, these elements that you are trying to invoke. We know the sounds to the symbols, but the problem that people want to kind of create that disconnect is that somehow the sounds and the symbols are just perhaps maybe mundane things and have nothing to do with the runes that Rig taught Koenig, and that there's some sort of disconnect. And that, I think, is another, grave error. It's just ironic coming from the same people that are like, oh, they made their own rune set when we were talking about the folk Futhark.
Yep.
But what we use it for is for writing. So some people in circles.
Yet Skull does howl.
Right. Well, and it's like, okay, the runes and Galder are separate, and the runes and the writing are for writing, but the Galder is.
I want to make a couple of. I apologize, Svan. The chocolate shop Vino is activating my Veritas here. So, okay, completely objectively, I don't think we have any specific, for lack of a better term, lyrics of a traditional Gothic Galder in the time of our ancestors. But we have a couple of pieces. We know that vocalization of magical intention is really important. We've talked about vocalization as it results in creation. Both Odin and Ymir have names that imply the roarer or roaring. We have the Ansu's rune in various ways, meaning estuary or mouth, as well as the gods. The idea of incantation, which shares the same root as chanting, is the primitive, casting of a spell. It's done through vocalization and singing a spell into existence. Did our ancient Gothar chant runes? I don't know. But they chanted making rhythmic chanting sounds, at least the warband did, to intimidate their foes and to win victory, called the Baratos. And that was a common practice beneath the shields of a chant. We know in related branches of Aryan religion that mantra became very important. We also know in the Runetal, the portion of Odin's Havamal, the sayings of the High One, where it's called Odin's Rune Songs, where the idea of Galder and runes are connected in a literal way. So we have all of those things. It's important to note, neither Svan or myself have ever told you that for sure the ancient Gothar used to Galder runes in the same way that AFA Gothar in 2024 currently Galder runes. But I can't tell you they didn't. And I think that if you give an honest look at our lore, there's a lot of reason to believe that there's some very powerful similarity there. But so there's more layers to the question. And again, I'm reacting the way I am because I know where the question originates. And it very much is the phenomenon I talked about a little while ago about the wolves devouring the sun and moon. There's a group of people that a big part of their existence is suggesting that the way that we're doing things is incorrect, yet our Galder is manifesting amazing things into our reality. Rather than heckle our song, I wish they would participate with us and sing along. But there's more chunks here. So, okay. So first question is, can you speak to the differences between our practice of Galder and the way it was supposedly done in elder times? And I think we went through that. Why do we do it the way we do as opposed to the way it was done back then? And so we have no example of how it was done back then other than the instances that I mentioned. But I will tell you the reason that we do it the way that we do currently. The earliest version of that I am familiar with is probably writings of Edred Thorson in, I don't know if he mentions it in Futhark or if it's a later work, but when is Futhark? Is that like 78 or is that in the 80s? Svan, do you know another, as far as you know, what's the earliest example of Galder in the way that we currently do it in the AFA or similar?
I believe it is marked in the Futhark book by Edward Thorson. And I think, again, his intention was to point out what most likely is of Galder of our ancient ancestors is alliterative sounds. And so he was focusing on the idea of Galdering the sounds. But when you look at like the Merseburg spells or the Merseburg charms, or whatever, what you'll notice is the way they're written is that it's alliterative. And so we have these continuous sounds. I'm trying to think of the the placement of the Merseburg charms, but there's like mention that that Woden or Vol and Uvoden are riding, and Baldur's horse is strained, but then there is, Sinfjord and Sunna, and then there is Frigga and Fulla, and you notice that there's this kind of, again, so you can almost break up the runic layering of each of those based on the sounds that are being used. There is the Wunyo, the WV, and then there is the Bjarkan, and there is the Solwillow, and then there is the Fehu, and there almost seems to be like this charting pattern. I think that's what Edward Thorson's kind of alluding to, is that Galder of the past and also to the present, because I was taught that the way it was that you could start off by creating these proto sounds, but ultimately that you would weave together these alliterative prayers, songs, and chants, utilizing those proto sounds with an intent. If you wanted to create a sense of joy, then you would use the word, like in the prayer for the land whites, one of the most important Galders that I do continuously, almost at the beginning of every bloat, is I say, those that wish us woe, wend your way from here, and those that wish us weal are welcome in our halls. I'm again reiterating the Wunyo aspect, and that's the spell itself. And a lot of people would not catch that as being a Galder, because they would only perhaps see it as just the proto sounds. But I think that Edward Thorson's ultimate intention was to place that you have to understand the proto sounds and their meanings in order to incorporate them and formulate them as a skald would in poetic sense. And I would even argue too, perhaps even in posturing sense. Idea of... Oh, go ahead.
No, please carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, and my runic teachings was that there was an extra even extenuated level. So there was the proto sound, and the proto sound in its understanding could then be woven into poetic form in a alliterative sense, and the usage of how many times you did it was important. Whether you did it 3 times or 4 times or 6 times or 9 times, there was a kind of alliterative structure or equations that you were working towards. The other was actually physically denoting it. So like, I don't know if anybody's ever caught it, but during certain symbols the last one I can really recall is at Austria last year was I was doing Galder and Stavud or Standa at the same time during my speaking during the third round, and utilizing the idea of the joy that comes from, and this of course being Wunyo, and again the roving forward is so I was even taught by my rune teacher that there's a level in which there's posturing that the skald does that also invokes the rune and the power of what that rune represents. So I come from at a very different angle, is that it's actually all encompassing, that the proto sound can then be formulated into intricate song, an intricate spell, and then you could also add your body.
Well, I'd like to add something. So this portion of the question is about, well, why do we do the stuff we do now instead of this awesome primary source way that our ancestors used to do it? And it's tongue in cheek. We have no primary source of how our ancestors used to do it in any way that's comprehensive. But a lot of it is drawn from that. So as Svan mentioned, there's these tones and vibrations, different runes can be in, or are best intuned, or intoned, I guess, rather, from your diaphragm, from your chest, from your nasal cavity, depending. As Svan mentioned, sometimes they evolve into not merely just the sound, but in a way, a bit of a dance or a physical interpretation where there's hand stuff. I forget what the hand version is. There's Stata Galder, which is like standing in runic poses while you're doing some of these things. I've done examples on the show a lot because my Galder is pretty simple because, again, it frees my mind up. I think you see the evolution of the repetitions when you see mantra work in Indian, like Vedic practice, because that's an evolution and you see an importance in the number of times it's done. But what also sometimes we do, and it depends on the occasion, sometimes we'll have the ladies do one Galder while the men are doing a complementary Galder. Or sometimes you'll have a couple of people leading a Galder doing quick sounds that are associated with runes in the midst of a more elongated runic Galder. Edred Thorson, when he writes in his books about Galder a little bit, his emphasis is a lot on the vowel sound and sometimes a repetition of the consonant sound. But again, repetition of certain syllables in the Galder is important. Alliteration in the Galder is important. The intonation of the vowel noise in the Galder is important. And depending upon what you're trying to accomplish, harmony or diversity of sound and seeing where it plays out all have their purposes in Galder. But this is kind of a fundamental, and snippiness aside, we don't have a lot of information on how our most ancient ancestors Galdered. So we can sit with that and navel gaze about it, or we can Galder, we can try different things, we can see what works and establish that as tradition and move forward with it. We can find things that don't work very well and discard those and not use those. And to suggest that there's not a... So Futhark was released in 1984. So to suggest there's not a 40-year tradition of Galder work that has been successful and continues to do so is dishonest. Asatru has been around for 55 years this year in a modern context, and we have a rich tradition of Galder work. We have Galder work that I have personally experienced the success of on many different occasions. If, on the other side of the veil, I can speak with a Gothi from our distant past and ask him how he did Galder, I would love to hear it, and I'd love to learn from him. And hopefully, by the time I find myself there, he can learn from some things that maybe I've figured out. But I look forward to that discussion. Then the last question, but it's worth answering because it's part of that question. Do we have an example of the way it was supposedly done back then? Svan, are you aware of any examples of Galder in the ancient Asatru period that I didn't mention or I'm not aware of?
Well, the only thing I could think of again is, and I actually just typed it up and looked it up, was the Merseburg charm, in which Lord Woden speaks over the injured hoof of Baldur's horse. And he says, bone to bone, blood to blood, limb to limb, as if they were mended. And that is the charm or the spell or the Galder, because that's what Galder means again in Old Norse and in modern Icelandic. That's the Galder part of that poem, is that he's reemphasizing doubles, which I think is interesting. And actually the entire Merseburg charm does that as well. it's Fola and the Woden, Worun zi Holza, du wer demo Balders Ulion or Wulion, Sin woes Berne. So that in the first half, there's doublings of the Wunyo or the VW sound, and then it shifts over into the Sowilo sound with Singut and Suna, and then with Freya and Fola or Fulla. And then back to Woden, and then he speaks the song and says, like the blood sprain, so blood sprain, so joint sprain, bone to bone, blood to blood, and joint to joint as if they were mended. I think that's the only testament, but it's worth noting. When did that was written? Speculated to be recorded by a cleric in the 10th century. So that's about as far back as I think I could go as far as that. But the reason why I say that so specifically is because it's in the title, Merseburg Charms, or the Merseburg Spells, the incantations, which is what Galdr is. And again, a lot of people that bemoan the origins of Galdr or bemoan the idea of like, oh, well, doing the proto sounds of the runes is just kind of not correct. It's like, but then they'll look at perhaps say again the mantras of other faiths further to the east and just relish with joy. But I mean, the Galdr is in essence the mantra of our faith, and it spans from proto sound to super intricate, even to the point where you're speaking it or saying it in song form, and it might not be eligible right out of the gate. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do the opening prayer for the Leo Salvar prayer, and there's a Galdr right at the end of it, but nobody really catches it because it sounds like I'm trying to be poetic, and I am, but it is a Galdr.
That's another thing I've seen in modern Asatru practice is singing prayer. And it's also to kind of loop back around to the beginning of the conversation here. The rhythmic nature of Reamer, I think, is really powerful in terms of that as well. But short answer to the questions, no, we have no idea how ancient Gothar used to Galdr specifically. We know that it means intoning magical intent towards your spell work, and I imagine that can be done many, many different ways. We have, and usually when we talk about Galdr, it's specifically runic Galdr, and we have 40 years of runic Galdr tradition that's evolved and been very, very useful and very profound in modern Asatru. So, there's a number of different historic examples of how intoning magical intent has worked amongst our folk. There's a variety of those, but no, we have this is how the ancient people did Galdr, and the rest is not official ancient Galdr. And there's no reason to believe in opposition to or cannot or should not include runes. One of our biggest pieces of lore is the Runetal, which is literally Odin's rune songs. So there's that. Real Mage asks, and I hope our stream is running. My camera seems to be frozen over here. We're experiencing a winter storm, though, where I'm at. Since we've been on this broadcast, we've got like 1.5 feet of snow. If you're still with me, Svan, what about worshiping Saxonot? He's a Germanic god, Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, so the when we talk about the idea of we don't hypostasis. One of the first things that I think is really important is that we look at parallels. For instance, if you were to look at the name Nerthus in Tacitus's Germania, and the etymology of that word being the thing underneath or beneath you, again, referencing to the earth, and then in reference to Yarth in Old Norse, then there's linguistic parallel. But for certain divine beings, there is not a linguistic parallel. So you can't 100% say, oh, well, Saxnot is, Freyr or Lord Tyr or what a lot of people try to jump to the conclusion. What I have a tendency to follow then is that when we talk about the elevated beings, there is a possibility that the being is divine and elevated singularly amongst a group of people. That, like you said, the Anglo-Saxons. So if that's the case, we know that the exaltation of beings within tribal groups can extend in multiple levels, or perhaps even to the point where the person is no longer a representation of the person, or that the god is a god. We don't know. So I would say that they would be listed as amongst, aligned with the gods, sacred, Austvanir, beloved ones, if you will. But to what degree are they, we were talking about this with the Phrygian goddess Nehelania as well, this past Gothar conference that we had last week. And we were talking about the usage of, what about Saxnot? What about Nehelania? What about Frau Hola? What about Frau Perchta? And we're talking about deeply regionally connected divine beings. And I would say that it would be best to honor them as they are, but to understand that they are deeply connected to the local, and we don't have an example of them being more broad. We do sometimes have this. For instance, Wayland amongst the Anglo-Saxons and Volander. And Wayland is semi-divine amongst the Anglo-Saxons. And again, that's why I bring up the point that we don't know 100% to what level the divine beings were held in esteem by those people. Was Saxnot a god elevated from, or was seen as one of the gods, and it's not fully understood or mentioned because it's, again, outsiders or speak of Saxnot without any context. So I would say the best thing to do is to honor them within context that you have. Anglo-Saxon folk, or if they're spoken of during Sumbul, I don't see why there would be any reason to reject a hail towards Saxnot or Nehelania, just as much as I wouldn't see any against perhaps Beowulf or of Sigurd, though Sigurd and Beowulf clearly are no longer kind of even resembling perhaps a mortal. They are now something more, something bigger, a hero, semi-divine, or what have you. When we talk about the divine, we talk about it, again, in alignment to the gods and against. And so there are layers of that hierarchy. And I don't think it would be of any offense for someone who is feels connection to their Anglo-Saxon roots to honor Saxnot. But we do see it, again, Wayland and Volander, or Oster and Ostra, the goddess of the dawn, is clearly linguistically connected throughout all Aryan branches, and one of the clearest and most prominent. So that's another reason why in the AFA we honor Ostra as, and I call her a heavenly warden because of her connections to the machinations of the sky and seasons. But again, the pan-Aryanness of the AFA does lend to it, but you might find some people do not honor Saxonot, not because they don't want to, it's because they see as more of a regional or cultural or specific. But I don't think anybody would turn their nose up to it. It's just it ends up being kind of peripheral. And
No,
that's, again,
here's the thing. It is natural for people to want the most easily accessible list of thou shalt not. This is this is that. Everything is 100% black and white. There's no gray. We have a defined list of these are exactly things that are worthy of worship, and anything else is verboten. That's really clear and easy to define. Our job as priests of the Aesir isn't to make it easy, it's to do it right. And the thing is, there are countless local deities that are completely appropriate for worship and giving honor to. Same thing with heroes and numerous other entities that have ascended above the level of mortal humanity. Well, where do we stop? Well, where do we start? A lot of people will endlessly have that conversation. They'll have that conversation when they're young. They'll have it when they're middle-aged. They'll have it as old men, and they'll die with the same question on their mind. We've decided to pick the Gilthagening, to use that as our template, to say this is this and that's that. And when we've done this, then we can expand and reevaluate if we want to add to it. But what we don't want to do is set hard and fast rules that eliminate gods of our folk from being worshipped because we don't have a good understanding of them. What we don't want to do is make the assumption at random, Saxonot equals Tyr, Saxonot equals Frey. Other ethnologists, religious scholars have made those suggestions. Perhaps they're true. But if we don't know, or we don't have a sincere reason to believe one way or another, but it's just easier, might as well treat him as a separate deity. And like I said, if we double up and Tyr gets 2 rounds of worship, cool. If Lord Freyr gets 2 different kinds of worship under, 2 different names, awesome. But it would be terrible if we remove Saxonot from existence and from the memory of our folk because we're too lazy to try to figure it out. And so that's something we want to avoid doing, and it's really important. We have the gods and goddesses listed the way we understand them right now. It doesn't exclude local deity, as those are limitless in the course of Aryan expansion. But we do want to know what we're doing and want to have a good reason to formalize and codify the worship of a particular deity. And we want to build those relationships in a sincere way. Oftentimes, people, especially young and especially new people, like to try to find as much way to be different as they can. So they just pick something obscure and throw it out there because they got to be different. That's not a good enough reason to do so. But we're not going to exclude the worship of any of the gods and goddesses of our folk unless we have a good reason to do so. Hi there. And I don't know if this was voice to text or just what. Anton LaVey, ? No as in negative, not no as in aware of. But again, I assume maybe this is a voice to text. If that's the case, yes, I'm aware of Anton LaVey. I'm aware of the Church of Satan and a little bit about LaVey's ideas. Couldn't say I'm an expert on him. Svan, are you an expert on Anton LaVey?
No.
Preaching. Do you know a lot about Anton? Do you know significant amount about Anton?
I mean, I know a little bit. I know a little bit that's been mentioned in sources in relation to his, kind of degenerate ways in, California and San Francisco and all of whatever he was doing over there. But outside of that, I don't really know a ton.
So while you're doing this, I'm going to lump this in because I don't see a subsequent question that addresses it. Do you have thoughts about LaVey and Crowley and that sphere of things? Because that was getting talked about in the chat a little bit. I don't see a lot of subsequent questioning. So how would you contextualize, I don't know, early 20th century, 19th and 20th century spiritualism / Satanism as relates to Asatru?
Well, I think that in relation to Crowley and his usage of spiritualism as the product of his time, when we talk about the Theosophical Society, Madame Blavatsky, all of those groups of people kind of moving and mingling about it around that time, there was a sense of they were breaking the cohesion of society. They were questioning and doing things that were quite odd, oftentimes very garish and shocking, with the intended purpose of being garish and shocking. In a lot of ways, they were promoting, I think, what is not in any way related to Asatru. When we think of order and we think of the self being a part of the whole, that there's a tribe and a group of people, what Crowley perhaps, and I'm speaking not of maybe perhaps, I'm not super familiar with a lot of his ritual works or his structurings, but I am familiar with some of his kind of wild and crazy things that he did and proclaimed and said, with the intent that the individual was somehow to break free from the collective mundane of society, whereas we see the individual as a member of the folk, a member of a group. And I think that LaVey really expounded on that even more, even to the point of just, again, it was about sticking a thumb in society's eye, in collectivism's eye. And that's why it's so viciously built on, fulfilling self-indulgent, singular. Don't think about anyone else. You need to think about yourself. It's rude to think about other people. You're stepping on their toes, and it's just that has not a lot of place, I think, in Asatru. Asatru sees order. Asatru sees collective. Crowley and his deeds, and LaVey certainly in the way he constructed things, is very, again, heavily individualistic, very hedonistic, self-serving, and I don't think that has a lot of stance. I do think that when we talk about the edging of certain circles, when we talk about perhaps the shadow of the gods or the dark side of the gods, or like there's Lord Odin and there's the terrible one, and then there's the Lord of Gladsheim. I think that other cultures have played with the idea of the dark and the light of their divinity and of themselves. And so you have this kind of Faustian aspect that's thrown out there. There's a lot of that's kind of brought. And so you find these people kind of intermingling with people who don't really care about perhaps exploring every shadow. Instead, they just want to indulge the shadows they have within themselves. And you find that those two kind of run together. And that's kind of what you get when you start doing that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, does it amount to anything? I'm sure for them, they would say yes. But I think from a Asatru perspective, I don't think that that's a parallel path.
So, and I want to be fair in answering this question. And it's one of the reasons I asked Nick to kind of stop a current in the chat room where it was getting piled on. Not that I don't agree, but I think there's a discussion to be had here rather than just a complete making fun or rejection. I've talked a lot about a childlike stage of Asatru where the very first reaction is we need to cast off and reject Christianity because it's bad. And so early practitioners of Asatru in the modern era would reject all of the things that Christianity does and define Asatru in opposition to Christianity, as opposed to it being a standalone faith based around loyalty to our gods. At that time, Asatru was part of the greater pagan milieu of rejecting Christianity and then constructing ourselves in an opposition form. And that's very much what Satanism is. To my understanding, Crowley nor LaVey nor most any Satanist genuinely worships Satan. They very often worship themselves, and they've constructed Satan, which literally he means like the adversary. They've made their entire position that they are the anti-Christianity. Or even, I believe in Crowley's case, he is the antichrist. He would define himself in how polar opposite he was from Jesus or from Christianity that he was raised with. That breaking free on one level makes sense for a moment, but that was the end point. The end point was defining themselves by how edgy or different or in opposition to social norms they could be. And that's not order, that's literally chaos. One of the big themes with LaVey and specifically with Crowley was the idea of antinomianism, the idea of trying intentionally to break social mores and norms, to condition your soul not to be dependent upon the approval of, the traditional order. So to prove that he is a sovereign entity and he can be above the conditioned responses of society, Crowley would engage in homosexuality. He would deliberately find big, fat, disgusting women that he was repulsed by and pursue them for sexual acts just to show that he was outside of contemporary standards of beauty or of those kind of things. He would intentionally engage in disgusting things as a rejection of social norms. And to be gross just to be gross is really different than what we're doing, and it's not what we're up to. It's certainly not the way to worship gods of order. What I do think is interesting is that in both of those attempts to one degree or another, there was the thought to try and in the rejection of Christianity to embrace Western magical tradition, to embrace a pre-Christian understanding of the world. And I think that when they incorporated elements of Hermeticism, I think there's something to that. I think some of their Western magical tradition gets murky with its relationship to Kabbalah or not. But I think a lot of the themes are common in like legitimate Western magical tradition and in some ancient Western philosophy that is useful and comes from our folk soul. There's a dichotomy and we fluctuate. In the early stages of modern Asatru, there was a massive emphasis placed on the individual. And this rugged individualism, look at me, I'm a Viking, I don't need to conform to anything. And it was taken to an extreme that was very detrimental. Now we're in a time where we push a lot of understanding that you are part of a community, functioning in a community structure and an organized structure. Both are valid when they're in balance. You're not a nameless automaton in the hive that is Asatru. Of course not. That's antithetical to what we believe. Same point in time, you're not an island unto yourself that's not connected to your folk. That's also antithetical to our belief. So balancing your strength as an individuated person with your value in your community, that balance is what we're seeking. And they sought to rebalance the scales in a little ways. And part of that is a result of industrialization and a massive population increase in the West. And I think this is one of the reasons we see the escapism in the East that we see, with the idea that you're trying to escape into nothingness, to become nothing, to literally dissolve yourself into nothing. These are very often propagated in countries to where there's billions of people. And there's a sea of just aimless suffering and overpopulated humanity stacked upon one another. One way is to just like, I want to be, to just merge into the flesh pile of humanity. And another way that was proposed by LaVey and Crowley was to individuate yourself outside of that circle. And that idea of self-individuation and building your own soul as a sovereign unit in and of itself, that has some merit and some value to it. But you can't divorce that from being part of a community. And it swung way too far. But no, please don't in any way think that I'm endorsing Aleister Crowley or Anton LaVey in any way. I'm not sure Crowley's background. I believe LaVey was a Hebrew gentleman. That way of thought is not Asatru. The points
I'm sure that was just a coincidence.
Of course it is. The points of commonality are in there not being Christian, and we're not Christian. Therefore, there's some overlap in our not Christianity, but in the positive expression of the Church of Satan or any of that, the way they would define themselves and the things they would positively define as who they are completely oppositional to who we are. If Christianity had magically disappeared and it was us with Crowley and LaVey on the side, they would define themselves as how not us they were. No, literally, that was literally his birth name. LeVay is just something fancy, his fancy way of like spelling it and saying it. No, he was absolutely of the tribe of Levi, as it were. But yeah, that's what I got. He might also be in the New York sewers with the Ninja Turtles and other things. I think that's all I've got on that.
Why is Master Splinter wearing that funny hat? Like,
yeah, there's shenanigans that go on in those sewers. The 80s taught me that. There was that. And then Beauty and the Beast. That's where Ron Perlman and his band of freak misfits, they also hung out in the sewers there in New York.
and he too is coincidentally.
Yeah, he also is of a similar tribe. Sorry, I'm going back in the question pool here. All right, Matt and Svan, what are your thoughts on the popular opinion in Asatru that the gods are imperfect and morally gray? What are your thoughts, Svan?
Well, certainly from a story standpoint, when we talk about the necessity of these things, it's clear that the gods are not perfect in the sense that, for instance, what is the point of absolute perfection if the intent is to teach you that that bringing an outsider in to your midst and then letting that outsider kind of intermingle but ultimately fester into your tribal group? You lose the lesson if there is no ability for that lesson to happen. So there's clearly that. And then, not only do we have the stories of the gods having both struggle, not being separated from. And again, this would be an argument in the idea of like, are the gods of the stories the gods themselves? And I would say no, they are not. I'm not necessarily making a point of saying that they're completely dissected from godliness, or they don't have any sort of kind of push or pull, because I think that's what makes the lattice of multiplicity. The divines, the gods are kind of a network that help balance each other out in that way. But in the stories, certainly they have to have problems. They have to have, they overcome dragons. They overcome kidnappings. They overcome treachery. So that's pretty clear right out of the gate. It's I think that it's the people get lost on the purpose of it, and they think like, oh, well, our gods are imperfect, so I can be imperfect too. No, it's the gods are clearly divine beings that exemplify their domains. They are upon the thrones in which they exude their will into the middle world. That's me talking religious talk. When we talk about the gods in the stories, they need to be presented in a way that both they're like the difference between euhemerization, completely calling them mortals, or making them mortal-like in order for us to understand the greater truth of the story is, I think, very different. And we have to be able to kind of pick and choose those things to understand them. So the gods are the gods. I don't think that the gods are completely omnipotent and completely flawless, but instead are very, very powerful and interlace with each other like nature does in order to work its, and I say it as in the asas, the whole, the ordering elements of their place within the way that they've described their station. And why they're up above and why they're in the top and why everything descends down from them, and why it's so important that we don't switch that around or try to take that away from them in the stories that we have. But it's also worth noting that they do have common issues and things. And, you know, if Lord Odin knew that all things, why did he let Loki kill Balder? And there's lots of questions that could be asked about that. And some would say, you know, that's the grandest wisdom of it all, is that when all things are destroyed, the place in which it isn't is the place far away from everything. I've heard people speculate that. There's lots of speculation in our faith, and some of it's very healthy and very good, and I think it spurns thought. But to take it into literalism, oh, the gods are imperfect, and therefore, so, you know, so can I be. And again, there's another part to this whole situation. It's not about the gods, and it's not about the stories. It's about the intention of the stories when they were written, when they were comprised. Was the conversion of Christianity going on? Did the poets start to end up being like the philosophers of Greece and just losing piety and kind of turning the gods into the bunts of their stories in order to either entertain or even to be impious towards the gods, because perhaps they were looking at this foreign faith coming in as a way that they were going to go. You know, the Lokasana is filled with that. So, you know, there's those three elements: who the gods are by when you interact with them, when you pray, and how they interact and actually activate in your life, how they change things and manifest their will. And you know, when we talk about praying, like I prayed to Thor in order for the people in the Midwest to gain the Hoff of Thor, and then for some strange reason he deemed it that no, it was going to be me, and it was going to be on the East Coast. I didn't have, you know, it's like that's us interacting, and that's because you're talking to believers who believe in the gods and see them as gods. But when you talk about them in the stories, we have to have those, the heroicism, there's also the symbolic truths behind a lot of these things. What Loki represents, what the horses mean, why there's the three, you know, why there's the upper world, middle world, lower world, why there is a rooster in the upper world, a rooster in the east, and a rooster in the underworld, and the sounding or conveying of sounds. All of that stuff is really important, but you also have to consider some of it is timely. The Merseburg charms, just that we were just talking about, clearly mention Odin, Fulla, and Frigga, and all of the beings, but they kind of speak of them as riding through the woods, and their horse gets the hoof broken. And again, this is perhaps the same way that Snorri talked about Njord stabbing Odin when he died, as in the king of Sweden, or one of the kings of Sweden, and stabbing Odin so that he could go to his god. And clearly you see that he's euhemerizing and utilizing the gods as almost like the representation of their church or cults. You know, a Wodinic cult and a Vanic cult are exchanging dynasty as of kings, but you have to be able to read into that and understand that there is a different way of perhaps looking at the gods, more about the way you interact with them and less about the way you read them in the stories. But the stories have importance too.
So a couple of things to build on what Svan said. The stories are poetic ways of encapsulating and explaining the magnificence of our gods to our folk in a way that's comprehensible. The stories are not literal truth, and the more that we focus on their literality, the more that we're lost in the shuffle and we miss the point. There are clear themes of the stories that teach us very valuable things, or else Svan and I wouldn't be doing this, reading our lore on here and spending hours doing it. The lore has tremendous value, but the value is gained by discernment, not by trying to read it like a novel. perfect doesn't exist. Cosmically, those kind of limits don't exist. We don't see that in science. We don't see that in anything. There's no such thing as perfect. The gods are exponentially further on the scale towards perfection than we are. They are gods. And I feel impious suggesting that they are not perfect because they are so much closer to that line than any of us are. But the idea of them being without flaw or complete, like omnipresent or omniscient or knowing absolutely everything, negates any principle of struggle, and that's the principle that animates our universe. If our gods don't have to struggle or to try, then there's very little point in existence. Our gods, are they infinitely wise? Do they know everything? I would say not. Do they know statistically might as well be everything from our perspective? Yes, absolutely. Our gods are magnificent. Our gods are amazing and immensely powerful. Are they morally gray? No, that's silly. Our gods are shining exemplars of morality. They define morality and set the course of what equals morality to our folk. Does every story, when read in a 2024 context in a literal way, equal all the deeds in the story being morally correct by our understanding? Of course not. But again, Odin didn't write the story. Gothi so-and-so told the story to so-and-so, who told the story to Snorri, who wrote it down the best he understood. The principles in the story are absolutely morally correct. The specifics in every tale that's told about our gods, no, that's silly. And that's not how myth is ever interpreted outside of an Abrahamic context. But no, our gods are infinitely moral and magnificently close to perfection when compared to any human conception. Next up, Svan, your mural at Njordshof is gorgeous. I've noticed quite a few Easter eggs within it. In saying that, do you have a recollection of exactly how many little Easter or how many little eggs nests within said mural?
No, there's not like a set number. It would a perfect example was with the Austvanir Skadi. One of the things that I noticed that people keyed in on was the ibexes. And again, the idea of the animals being vehicles of mastery, the divine beings mastering over these things. One of the reasons why I chose the ibexes is, again, their connection to the mountains, especially the mountains that are prone to glacier cracking, fissuring, and avalanches, and so on and so forth. But also, I just was doing it in a kind of, the pack animal, the animal that you would utilize, kind of like much like the Yule Bach for the Yule Elf is Yule Bach, because it's the vehicle in which the gifts are placed upon the back. So I decided to just play around with that and do the ibexes. I think they're majestic animals, and the fact that they can climb sheer vertical mountains was just a I don't know. It was some kind of notion that fell over me, and I did not see it as being improper or impious. In actuality, I thought it was situationally fitting. But there's no references to Skadi having, these kind of mountain ibexes. I did some other things as far as the fact that she was wearing a bare knee, and that's reference to her ascending for revenge against her father towards the gods, and then ultimately joining with them because of her nobility in action. Did I have to draw her with a bare knee on, or a hauberk, a chainmail hauberk? No, I wasn't necessarily trying to portray her as some sort of Hollywood Viking princess thing. I was making reference specifically that she is wearing a historical bare knee because of that, and kind of denoting how she came into the realm of the gods. Other than that, let's see. There's the boar, and there's Frey and Freya as children playing on the wain. That's a Easter egg again towards the usage of wagons and wains in relation to the Vanir. There again, some of them kind of came up on their own. There's the net and the trident, and a lot of people, of course, will automatically assume that connecting it to the Greco-Roman symbology, but tridents were known in the Bronze Age, especially throughout all of Europe. They were used, again, to make reference. The net is the ocean, and the trident is the river. That was another thing that I wanted to point out, was because using a trident in the ocean is difficult, to say the least. So it was kind of a combination of the waters. The treasure chest, the cauldron, all great symbols of bounty and unification. And then, of course, too, there's lastly, there is Yarth, or Nerthus, wearing the veil and she's wearing the same bronze disc belt and braided skirt that was found on the young woman during the Bronze Age dig, of the young woman wearing that kind of brown top with the braided skirt. So that was kind of the reason why I used that, along with a veil to hide her face. I'm trying to think about other things, were just to add in, like the egret in Florida, obviously the marlin, and then the pelican kind of developed on its own. It was as kind of a joke, in the sense that I had made a mooring pole but I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know, and I didn't have the confidence in myself to depict a pelican. So I was scared at that point, and I was like, man, I could really mess all this up and might have to just waste all this time and then have to cover it up. But it flowed out of me. And I'm not like a painter in the sense of where I come from. I wasn't trained as a painter. I didn't go to school for painting, but I felt like it just came out, and the pelican was there as a symbol of, the bounty of Lord Njorth. Just, I don't know. So that wasn't necessarily an Easter egg, as that was. I remember distinctly that time, like, here's this post. I want to do something. I don't really think I can paint this very well.
The pelican came out amazing.
It came out amazing. Like, I still geek out about it.
Svan refused to. So you'll see he's feeding the seagull a little fish. I was insistent that he feed him French fries, but he refused.
Yeah, I remember that. Ever since the concept of what I wanted to do was always, there were two things that I wanted to exemplify. Was one, that Njorth has giving hands, and oftentimes, just simply because it's not giving to the seagull in order to gain anything. So, it's just giving because
when we talked about the construction, one of the cool things talking about it, I don't know whether we came up with it independently or what the origin was, but the idea of him feeding a seagull that way, in my mind, harken back to, I don't know if anybody's ever been there or done this, but as a child, I would go to Seattle with my mom from time to time. Living in Anchorage, the big thing is you'd fly to Seattle and then you'd be in the rest of the United States where real stuff is happening. And so we'd go there and we'd walk down by the piers. There's a bunch of creepy homeless there now and whatever else, but back then was a Ivar's, like fish and chips and clam chowder place down there by the pier, and you'd go get it. And the seagulls were like aggressive because they were so used to people. So if you stood there and you held a French fry up, they would come and like just take it out of your hand gently, no damage or whatever. They were so good at being able to do that. But I remembered that a lot, as standing out there and being able to feed the seabirds that way. And so I thought that was kind of cool, and I was glad Svan was able to incorporate that into the mural.
Yeah, there was like a funness to it, and the other thing was I wanted to have Njord smiling, and the problem is again, I'm not. And this isn't me being humble. I'm just trying to state that like I draw within the capacity of my drawing for the fun of drawing. This became very serious, and now I'm doing it in a mural sense, and I don't know how I pulled it off. Or like I'm still thinking like, okay, I did Thorshoff. You should be able to do this. And one of the things that got me was his eyes, in the way that originally I had him staring towards the folk, and the smile and the purport, it didn't look right. It didn't look right at all. So I tried to do him looking at the seagull, and that seemed to work the best. It didn't seem odd. And the other thing for me is I have a very hard time drawing teeth. I have a very hard time drawing hands. I have a very hard time drawing feet. I have a very hard time drawing like musculature without somehow obfuscating it in the art, where like somebody might be wearing clothing or a tunic or a cape or something to kind of obscure certain parts of the body. Nope, Njord was just like all open, and I couldn't hide anything. And so like working on the physique to make sure that the physique was greater than, but not absurd or garish, but almost endearing and even like inspiring. The feet being washed white with the water, and so that part there was trying to balance between the tan of his skin and the whiteness of the feet. And again, feet in and of themselves, I'm just not good at painting them. So it was an interesting one. But that's again, the Easter eggs are kind of more or less things that I wanted to nod towards or perhaps inspire questions. I did not get a chance. So it's unfinished, as all of the murals are, in the essence that I would love to go and add more. And so one of the things that I really didn't get a chance to add enough of was writing. I did a little bit on the cauldron, the bronze cauldron, but I did not get a chance enough. I wanted to border and write things in the border. I wanted to write things kind of throughout, but didn't get a chance to. Again, time was of the essence.
We need to get you down there again so you can finish up the vision that you had for it.
Yeah, and Baldur's Hoff too. I still have more. I've been playing with light as far as the usage of light and the usage of certain colors, and I want to go back to Baldur's Hoff and add more light, more of that effect that I don't think I was able to capture because I was still learning how to like use the paintbrushes and use the charcoal and pastels and things of that nature. I mean, I was learning them as I was going and watching videos to like give me ideas onto what exactly to do. So it didn't look terrible. So
no, you have done an amazing job on all of those murals. I want to acknowledge, and I should have done this a long time ago. I'm sorry, Chris Lucat donated $11. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. I also seen you be very active over there in the chat room,
Yeah.
but I've meant to mention your donation several times and been sidetracked. I apologize. Thank you very much. So Paul Stevens asks, Matt, do you think the AFA should be a democracy? It should be like a democracy. If not, why are we better off without it? No, absolutely not. The democracy is terrible. I don't think the AFA should ever be anything remotely resembling a democracy in any way. Lots of reasons. So, a couple of really fundamental reasons. We don't believe in equality. Equality does not exist. All people are not equal. Equality negates worth. We don't all have the same worth. Every single person is worth more or worth less than the person next to them. There's no point of complete equilibrium. And that value changes. That's not meant to be something disparaging or something hurtful. I'm all for meritocracy in a lot of ways. I'm all for you improving your station by your deeds and by improving your worth and your value. Absolutely, I support that. But just because lots of people want to do something or have an idea doesn't make that a good idea. Right and wrong is not a popularity contest. Right and wrong is also not up for, group opinion. Things are either right or they're wrong, no matter if, it's 1% or 100% that think it.
Yeah.
I don't know the phrase, but there's something to be said to where, it's easier to get one person that's good than to get the majority of people to be good. And it is a fundamental principle of the Asatru Folk Assembly that I hope maintains for eternity, that the AFA is a theocratic autocracy. And I don't do that to thump my chest or as a flex. I mean, I suppose it is, but it's not meant that way. I was a big advocate for that when I served underneath Steve McNallen. And we need one person who is able to call the shots ultimately and make those decisions and stand before our gods with that responsibility. I think that's right as a principle. I think that's right traditionally. I think it's the right thing to do. And I think that having that focal point of someone at the top of that hierarchy structures a functional hierarchy. Also, having that person and that person being the right person is what keeps any group, any nation, any church dedicated to its purpose in an unshakable way. We can see countless other groups, churches, organizations, institutions in our lifetime that were democratic in their structuring, and they've, almost all, I look at the history of modern Asatru, and we're the only organization that has grown, existed, is around 30 years later, and still functioning towards a common goal and a common direction, because everything else has been subverted. they get a group of people in there and they start voting, and then they start, having cliques that have power of stuff, and they spend time playing politics rather than executing the will of the gods and directives aimed at making our folk better. They sit around and squabble over the tiniest minutia, and I've watched that bring down every Asatru group, every group that would claim to be Asatru, but that were universalist, heathen, whatever they were. I watch all of those crumble because of the same reasons. And I watch them dramatically change what they're all about based on the whims of the day or what's popular. Having somebody running things who you trust and who is well intentioned and who you believe is favored by the gods is essential to staying the course towards that ideal and to building momentum and a culture that projects us forward in a certain way, in hopefully an unshakable way for those that he passes that authority on to. But no, will do everything in my power in my lifetime to make the executive position in the Asatru Folk Assembly as strong as it can possibly be, and I hope that is enshrined for eternity.
I wanted to bring up, I remember something about, I remember when you had taken on to the mantle of Asatru, and that of course, anytime we do anything where we build upon structure, and there's always people trying to tear it down to year one, or worse, was the weaponizing of democracy. I remember the Eternal Etruscan leader of the Schmerman folk trying to tell me that we need to have democracy, we need to have an assembly, we need to have a Congress. And I just remember like looking at him like, are you crazy? And it always just struck me as so vile when you find the people that try to dissipate leadership in order for them to get like their little niche of what they want done at the sacrifice of everyone else. It was like weaponized democracy, and it's
weaponized democracy, but it's also like parliamentary LARP, and there's a certain segment of the population that really enjoys just those kind of petty political machinations of, instead of accomplishing something, let's get, a group of 20 people and endlessly have little stratagems to see which of those 20 can claw and scrape for the top spot. And it's just silly. It's silly. It's counterproductive. And what's tragic about it is it's such a tremendous waste of momentum towards something. And on this, as opposed to a separate question, Wrought Iron asks, on the subject of democracy, 100% agree that democracy is a bad system of government, but how do you think hundreds of millions of people should be organized without any kind of input from the folk? Not having democracy doesn't equal disallowing input from the folk. And again, I can speak to theories about hundreds of millions of people. To my mind, I think that a one-person autocracy is always the best to go, but I think you have a hierarchy of either secular or ecclesiastic of nobility and people who are invested in speaking for their area, their people, the people that they represent, and in general advising whoever the autocrat is on things. And I also think that cadre of capable, wise people are able to, through lots of different means, make sure that if somebody completely unacceptable is at the top, that situation can change in a reasonable way. Again, when you scale up to hundreds of millions, it's silly for me to talk about exactly what that would look like. As it stands now in the Asatru Folk Assembly, I'm a theocratic autocrat of 810 people. I am advised by a council, the Witan of a wise Gothar, who can advise me on things. I'm literally have the folk in my ear from sun up to sundown with input, and I value it a lot. Autocracy doesn't equal malevolent tyranny. And I think that's something that unfortunately has been piped into us in the modern era. That wasn't always the case, nor should it be. Good people in charge who are decent people care about the thoughts and feelings of the people under their charge. And that should always be the case. And there's no reason to think that it inherently isn't or won't be. It's important. So the next that we've got, hello, Svan and Matt. Do you think that Wagner's ring cycle should be included in the Germanic religious canon? Svan, what are your thoughts on the ring cycle by Wagner?
I think that it's an extension of the way in which mythos can morph, that it can evolve, it can possibly hit different things. I mean, the accompaniment of classical music with operetta was, uniquely of its own, but yet was taken from cultural heritage from before. So I think that it's a progression of evolution. I think that the beauty of it is a reflection of the people. So there is a sense that, like, I think one of the greatest parts about it is there is this imagery and beauty. Perhaps it was made in a time in which the audience didn't want to feel that the gods were being honored as so much as, because again, like with Christianity at the time and so on and so forth, it was, in a way, it's euhemerizing, but it's also, again, scratching at that primordial blood instinct to know that the gods are in there. And I think that that's interesting, but I don't know if exact lore. I mean, no, I don't think so, but that doesn't discount it either. It's what it is understanding it for what it is and its extension from the lore, that it was inspired by the lore and it carries with it some other noble virtues that we have picked up since the time in which our ancestors were openly honoring the gods. And now that we are openly honoring the gods again, we do take some of that stuff from that time, that middle point, whether it's the idea of romanticism, whether it's like looking at, there's no.
Lost sound on Svan. Is that true for everybody? All right. There is no Svan, but that's okay. Yeah, no, I don't think that the ring cycle by Wagner should be part of our religious lore. I think it's really cool, but I don't think it brings in an intentionally religious element beyond our existent lore. It's built out of and based from our existent lore. It celebrates it, but to my knowledge, Wagner wasn't a practicing Asatru, and that wasn't the point of his piece. And in that sense, I don't think it brings more to it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's wonderful for our people to see and experience and enjoy, but I don't think it becomes part of our religious corpus.
Am I back? Can you hear me?
You are back.
Yeah, I think AI Svan has a little bit bigger of a nose than I do. It's got that thing hanging out over in front of his mustache. Um, sorry, the comment there, at least we have AI Swan. And I'm looking at that picture and it's like.
AI Spawn looks just fine. Yeah, this.
Yeah, the frozen swan. I was just saying that I think that it morphs. What was that? You led me to it. Was the medieval version of the ring cycle?
The
But it was
Nibelungen lead.
almost yes. We need to. Can you type that out, or can Nick type that out?
Nick can absolutely type that out. The Nibelungen lead.
Yeah,
awesome.
it was.
That's my favorite version.
Again, another extension of pulling from our faith and lore and cultural sense, but adding on to it a whole nother element to it, the knightly aspect. A lot of people can't conceptualize, oh, you're Asatru, why would you have banners and heraldric mark looking things or chivalry mark? The Vikings didn't have that. They had the little pizza slice with the raven on it and with bits hanging off of it. And so it's like, I do enjoy the fact that some people have expounded on the culture as if it was unbroken. And that we don't need to, stick solely within the concept of one time frame, but to see the Germanic spirit as it has moved throughout, the time. And the gods have never left us. It's just that, we had to do our cycle to get our bearings again. But yeah, I think that's kind of the beauty of it, is that they expound on that, but to consider it absolute part of lore.
So our next question is, how is Steven's health doing? Would like to meet the guy. Well, you should meet that guy. He would love to meet you. He is, he's in his 70s, so he's got various old man stuff that old men have. But all things considered, he seems to be doing really well. He's in good spirits. He's, he attends every event at Odenshoff. Want to say what, 2 weeks ago I spoke to him on the phone, and he was doing great. I will see him next weekend. Oh, it's time to plug a shameless plug. If any of you people are interested and can get to Reno on Saturday, would love to have you over for my Alzheimer Gothic dinner this month. Be featuring beef stew and butterscotch white Russians. So, yeah, if you want to be involved in that, let me know, and we'll see about making that happen. I was going to say, sometimes the McNallans come over for that. Sometimes they don't. We are in the midst of a storm. We're getting dumped on snow right now, so I doubt they'll be able to make it to my house this weekend. But the following weekend, I will see both Steve and Sheila at Odenshoff for our Thoroblow. Next question from Vromage question. If Freyr's real name was Yngvi, what was Freya's? Mardol? Frey means Lord. Freya means lady. Those are titles, right? Swan, you want to break that down?
Yeah, absolutely. The reason why I don't say Lady Freya is because Freya means lady. So it would be like saying lady, or I guess, it's like it becomes normal to a degree, but that is an interesting question. There's a lot of debate on that. Some have suggested that perhaps Golve was a name, and that Heath, which I think is also a title, but that is the true name, and that Freya is Heath and knew ahead of time, or perhaps was testing the gods out with deception before she would arrive as Freya. And that's a theory that has been bounced around for a long time. I remember people talking about that in the 90s. But again, I think that Golve and Heath are also title names, like Freya is a title name. Or at least a descriptor name. One person even suggested Menglove, but Menglove in Sveepsdag Maul, in which Freya takes her devoted to go learn his ancestry. Menglove is also a title name. It means necklace happy. Again, referencing to the Brazinga men. So, to be honest, we don't know. There's a lot of, again, debate. The idea that it could be, again, Mardol is a reference to flax and the pulling of flax to make it into rope and cloth. All of these have title names in it. I don't know if they're the true name.
That's the thing. Names all mean something. They're not a random vocalization. And you learn this if you names that are in a foreign language always sound really cool until you try to get the etymology of what the name means. And then they become less cool. But every name originates as a title or a reference to something else. They don't stand alone. There's no, every name has a meaning. Just trying to think, like my name, fortunately, I have a Hebrew name. It means gift from God. But it could have been used in a Hebrew vernacular as having that meaning. Every one of our gods, if you break down their names, has a meaning to it. Some are specifically also a title in a hierarchical structure, like Tyr's name means God. Frey means Lord, Freya, lady. But that's not odd. Like, seriously, thinking of it, every name has a meaning. So I don't think that's in and of itself odd, even though I think a lot's made out of it. The other things, another thing that's a point of interest, these are ancient primordial gods of our folk. Their existence pre-exists the name that we've come to know them by. Certainly their existence, there's a bit of a chicken and an egg thing that goes into their naming and their existence. Our lords, is Frey named after lordship, or is lordship named after Frey?
Great question.
And that's one of the things. Did we name Tyr God, or do we get the concept of God from Lord Tyr? And I think when you get to that point, that's a valid thing to consider.
And Brai being the brag, the boast, Balder, the bold one, Uller, the glorious one, Forseti, the one who sets ahead the laws, if you will, or one who presides over and sets the laws. All of the names of the gods have a meaning. Wodan or Odin is clearly from Other is inspired, frenzied. Thor, Thruth is all about, again, strength and striking power. I mean, all of our gods, I think, linguistically and culturally have the names that they have because they have meaning and gravity. And so, just like what you said, especially about Frey, the lordship is distinct within him. I've always seen him as the young prince riding on the bloody hooved horse with the sword that fights on its own, and he's falling in love with the maiden, and he's fighting, and he's kind of this very like young prince conquering, or has the whole of the world in front of him, and war and bounty is high, and kind of I guess like it gives me that vibe from like the Bhagavad Gita, where he's
No, absolutely. It's just one of those things. Every name has a meaning. Your name means swan. Nick's name is Greek for, victory of the people. Every name has a meaning if you go back to what it really is. But when you look at it in an outside language, it just sounds cool. My friend had a dog growing up that the name of the dog was Sabaka, and it sounded like this cool, odd, cool name. No, it just means dog in Russian. Like it's that it can be that simple. There's not other by names for our gods. Our gods often had many Haiti or other names or other titles they were known by. But to assume that because Frey means Lord, it's a title, not a name, I think I don't think that's a valid concern, although I think all of us, myself included, when we first got involved, had those thoughts, and wondered
and the usage Ingveons, that the idea of the name Ing in correlation with Lord Frey is pretty clear, but unfortunately there isn't a counterpart in correlation to Freya. And there's a lot of confusion, of course, with Freya or Frick amongst the Norse, her Fricko or Fricko amongst the Lombards. But, like there's the Anglo-Saxons called Frigga. They called her Freya. And then whether or not Freya was called Frau or Fro, is up to debate. I think it caused a lot of confusion there, the idea of the precious one and the lady, or the stations. But I will say this much: there was one comment saying, some people say Freya is Astra, and I would like to point out though that all of the correlations towards Freya are always about gold, about shining objects, gems, fire from the ground, within the earth, amber. And a lot of the associations towards gold and glittering things and beautiful things, things that evoke possession, things that evoke desire, all associated with Freya, as opposed to perhaps the Eastern light, the solar upper realm of Astra. There was what's their names that the Reconstructionists or whatever they call themselves, saying that the goddess Not. If a lot of people have read that book, that the one of the Asatru Ada book said that that they said that the goddess Not was Astra, and so there's a lot of that pull there. I mean, that's a little bit closer because apparently towards the heavenly bodies. So I would definitely say that the weight of Freya being Astra is not very strong. And again, Astra, I believe, is her own, because when you look at Aurora, when you look at Ausra, you can see throughout all of the Aryan branches the dawn goddess. And I've always called her the daughter of Dellinger. and that the gate that he opens is the season of either warmth or cold, and she's the one that opens the gates. And when she does, she comes forth and brings spring, very much a part of the cyclical nature. And I've always applied that to the heavenly wardens, whether it's the day or the night, whether it's the sun or the moon, or whether it's the sky and the atmosphere and the seasons.
Another thing to consider, these are the names that our ancestors came to know our gods by. There's no hard and fast rule that, Lord Frey came to someone in a dream and said, "Hey, what's up? My name's Frey." Like that, there's no, I understand that sounds silly, but at some point, why did we call this god what we called them? Did they tell us that's their name? Or did we apply that name to the force that spoke to us that we came to know in the way that we came to know them? And I think that's realistic to consider as well. We don't have an instance in the lore where, our gods just appear and like, "Yo, this is my name, shake my hand, I'm so-and-so." Our people have developed these names for these divine beings that have interacted with them over a time. But in all honesty, these are names and titles that our people have projected upon them and bestowed upon them because of the nature of their relationship to them, and not necessarily the other way around.
I made a mistake. Mardollar is not the flax. It's the shining of the sea. Mar is the ocean or the sea, and Dottler is the shining or glistening. Again, referring to amber, the tears of her in the ocean became the shining of the sea, which is amber. Sorry, I got that wrong. I was thinking, and I was like, wait a minute, I got to check that out. Yes. Ocean shining is Mardollar. So again, shining light, golden glistening, earth and water have always been associated with Freya, as opposed to the eastern dawn and the turning of the light and the sky with Ostra.
So before we move on to the next question, I see Vromage says that he's had dreams of Odin for a while. If that's related to what I was just saying, yes, our gods have come to us and to our ancestors in dreams plenty of times. They've conveyed information and understanding to us plenty of times. But in my experience, I have not known the gods to, speak that specifically in the way they convey thoughts and ideas. And if Odin came to you in a dream and said, "Hi, my name's Odin, and this is why," I don't mean to trivialize that. If that's the case, then great. Please let us know and tell us about that. That's fantastic. I have no reason to believe that's the experience of our ancestors, especially because all these names have very specific meanings. It's much more likely to me that these are the names we spoke in honor of them, bestowing upon them because of the meaning that they possessed for us and our ancestors. But I don't preclude that it's possible the other way around. I just don't see a reason that that must be the case. What's so-and-so's true name? I don't think it works quite that way, because I don't think that the linguistics of the gods conform to our understanding of linguistics, if that makes any sense. Exactly. Vromage, your follow-up. I recognized him. He didn't have to say anything. Exactly. You recognizing who he is isn't the same as him like writing his name out on a name tag. We all know who he is. Us collectively applying a word and a spelling for that is a different step. But the next question is, since our European cousins have a concept of the avatar as a mortal stand-in for the gods, could the gods of the stories perhaps be avatars of the gods? In the Eddas, no. In the Gesta Danorum, perhaps, if that makes sense. No, the Eddas are told specifically of the gods themselves, and any euhemerization of that is a skaldic device. But those are the gods written large, even if in order to convey them, the poet writes them in a more mundane manner than he ought to. The Gesta Danorum is very different. The euhemerization of the gods in that sense is much more flesh and blood in the arc of history. And that, I think, does open up that perhaps some of the characters in there are exist in some kind of an avatar form. It goes back into deep antiquity and past, real historical investigation. So I think that one's hard to pin down. Can our gods incarnate in human form for a time or for a purpose? Sure, I don't put that beyond the power of our gods. Can our gods come over someone and possess them in a way for a time, for a purpose? Certainly. Our gods have the power to do all of those things. We don't have a lot of example of that in our lore, other than, as I saw earlier mentioned in the chat, when Odin, visits someone as a homeless guy or a beggar or a strange wanderer. He is putting himself in a human form to interact with mortals, and I think that's certainly that's within the power of the All-Father to do. We see that more in different related branches of Aryan religion than we do in Asatru. But certainly I think that's a possible thing. But no, I don't think that the lore is stories of our gods become Avatar. I think that, like I said, the Gesta Danorum is unique in that, I think. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
The only other thing I wanted to add was I had this conversation with Go the East. We were talking about the possibility that the Avatar, in relation to Freyr, Yngvi Freyr, Lord Frey, or Lord Ing, that there's a couple of mentions, one in Beowulf about shield chiefing, crossing the water upon a reed, and the other is King Frothy possibly being an avatar as well. Depending on who you talk to, with the Swedes or the Anglo-Saxons, shield chiefing was a huge part of the Anglo-Saxons and their transition from Denmark and northern Germany into England. And King Frothy was huge in the establishment in Sweden, and a lot of people feel that they might have actually been Lord Ing in avatar form. But I don't think it's something that we utilize as much as, say, like Vedic or even, I don't know, I guess would it be post-Vedic Hinduism more or less, with some other influences clearly coming along, incarnations and avatars. We don't seem to have that as much, but it seems to lend a little bit there. Like again, with semi-mythical figures like shield chiefing and King Frothy as being like physical beings that were clearly there, but the powers and the things they did were kind of beyond more mortal men.
The next question. I need to get a marble slab and a projector. Svan, would you mind if I attempt to carve 3D versions of your murals?
I wouldn't be offended at all. I think that one thing that we're trying to do is have some symbolic continuation within the gods. So Thor on a piece of paper or in a book or on a mural or in a statue all carry the same elements. That has that continuity so that our children can feel a closeness and an intimacy with the gods based simply on the consistency and the way they look. That's the only thing I would suggest is try to keep it as close as you can, because that's our intention, is to keep that congruency. But I wouldn't be, I'd be honored. That'd be great.
All right. Next question. Why did you select White Springs, Florida instead of St. Augustine?
Oddly specific.
It's very specific. St. Augustine's awesome. I don't know. This is from S, so I don't know who S is. So it wasn't a that's not how we look for Hoffs. We're not quite there yet to where we can pinpoint by location. What we've got to do is pinpoint by area and then shop the market on what's there. There was nothing on the market that I saw in St. Augustine or in St. Johns County there that was going to be suitable. There was one down the coast a little ways. I'm trying to think of exactly where that was something we looked into, and it was beyond our means a little bit. But finding a Hoff in the area, a lot of it is searching the market for something that is first on the market, zoned correctly, the correct kind of building with the correct things that we need, and priced in a place that we could afford. And White Springs was the best of that. Florida had a lot of options. A lot of them were. It didn't have a lot of options in our range. It had a whole lot of like mega church, 5 million plus options. I would have loved to get something like that for Northern. At this time, that wasn't doable for us, but we were able to get this one, and it's amazing. But that's why one in St. Augustine would have been awesome. I don't know if you know, that's where my wife is from. That's where I lived for 2 years and worked there and spent a lot of time there. So St. Augustine is great. We would have loved to have had one there. But White Springs is only, I think 2 hours from St. Augustine, and it's awesome. And with any of these searches for the Hoffs, Svan talked a little bit earlier about Thor's Hoff and how it came to be, but I really believe, and this is something we're committed to, we want to put out the effort, do the very best we can on our end, and pray in the midst of it that, that God will guide us to a Hoff that will honor them and make them happy. And when we do the best that we can, I very much think that our gods help guide that. And I think, within the bounds of what's achievable and what's reasonable for us to do, but I think they guide that to where we end up with, the perfect Hoff in the perfect place for that time and for our means at that stage. And I really feel like that. It's sketchy during the process because you get your heart set on one or the other, and you get really invested, and some things don't work out that completely should have worked out. And then things, opportunities appear seemingly out of nowhere. So, it's our hope, and it's what we try to do to get our gods to help guide that process to where it ends up in something that they're going to be happy with and be honored by and be proud of. and we just got to make sure we're doing our part. And that's how it ended up in White Springs, which is really cool. And I hope you come visit it if you haven't gotten a chance to already. Next up, did I hear correctly? The AFA has a ceremonial historical sword. We absolutely do. Sword is named Relentless. Performed a naming for it at Sigerbloat of 2023. It is a model 1840 heavy cavalry saber, Confederate use. It's got offensive nicks in the blade that are storied to be from use in the recent unpleasantness. Yeah, that model of sword was called Old Wrist Breaker because it was heavier than other cavalry saber models. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It is powerful and magnificent, and I'm really excited that we have that. I think it brings something really special to us, and the sword came to us already with a mighty Hamenya to it that hopefully we add to, and it carries forth throughout the march of time. There, Nick posted a picture. Njordshof has one. Odenshof has one too. I don't believe that Thorshof or Baldershof have one yet either. But the picture Nick posted is from the naming of the sword. It features me looking disgusting, like sweating through my AFA sleeveless shirt I got there. Did the best I can, but that's outdoors in Tennessee in July on the top of a mountain we had to hike to. So I tried, but I was juicy. And there is Trent with the ceremonial sword for Njordshof. That was once a Marine saber from a member that we have, actually lives close to me out here in Nevada, but he wanted to have that be the ceremonial sword for Njordshof. And yeah, that's what we got.
I have my family sword, but it is exceedingly sharp. I don't know about using it in certain ceremonies and possibly getting
that's what I'm trying to get with Relentless. We're going to have Christian sharpen it up traditionally to get it nice razor sharp, but without messing with the temper. So we got some work to do on it, but he's made an amazing scabbard for it that I look forward to connecting sword and scabbard. We've got the sword in actually the sword for right now is with Witan Dan Young in South Carolina, and the scabbard is up with Christian in, it's either with him in North Dakota or it's at Baldershof proper. So we need to get those two to meet up at some point. The next one, what do you think of near-death experiences? Svan, do you have thoughts on near-death experiences?
I think that near-death experiences, especially if you're looking at a lot of them, say from, I can't remember the gentleman's name. There was an actual scientific study done by one in particular. But I think that the genuine experiences of it confirm a lot of what we believe in our faith. The idea that the ancestors and their relation to enveloping and embracing someone who passes seems to be a consistent theme over and over and over again. Some people have spoken of ill things, or they're going to bad places. I wonder sometimes when they're like, oh, I go there and I saw I see the horned devil, or I go up and I see Jesus. A lot of those folks are, again, religiously motivated, and perhaps they, construed certain things. Like, I wonder how many people think they see angels, but they're more akin to light elves or Leosalvar. But the ancestral part seems to confirm continuously that when we pass, and then the people that come back that have that out of body experience see themselves in their localized area. I mean, that just confirms we have a soul, and I mean we obviously believe that, and so I think that near death experiences are, again, just more or less, most of them are confirmations of what our faith already has established within organization and structuring the ideas of what your soul could be, what your ego and your thought and your memory and all of that passes on. Pretty much what we've been talking about a lot. I think I don't turn my nose down at it at all. That's, I think, the best thing.
I think near-death experiences are I absolutely believe in them. I think they're very special. I think that one of certain facts about existence are just true, and different people at different times, different places construe them through a different framework or a different understanding. But real things are real things. One thing that has always been a common is approaching death facilitates interaction through the veil. That's why in shamanic initiations and things, the shaman brings themselves to the very brink of death, and they come back with a knowledge. That's why we see in our lore Odin pinning himself to the world tree to the point of death, sacrificing himself to himself, and hanging there in order to win the runes. You see that. And we see people who have near-death experiences and come back express a lot of points of commonality that we know to be true. The interaction and being met by members of your family. That teaches us a truth that I think we all fundamentally believe, or at least fundamentally long to believe, that seems very much confirmed by that. The ideas of beings of light interacting with us and trying to guide us through the veil to the other side. Are those angels? Are they light elves? Are they any number of other things? Depending on who you are and what you believe, you may name them something different, but the important fact is they are. I think in a lot of ways it confirms that there is something beyond this, that there is something waiting for us beyond the veil. Certainly we all know that and believe that, or we wouldn't be here doing and saying the things we're saying, but confirmation helps a lot, and that's just a human need. We can have faith all day long, but there's something different when you've seen it, or you've been there, or you get a message from the other side. And I think near-death experiences are profound, and I think we do well to think on those, learn from those, analyze those, and grow from them. As a people, obviously the person who experiences them certainly, but the rest of us to take note of them and to really think on them. I think there's a lot of potential to learn a lot of things that way. All right. Which Hoff will get the Mega Hoff, or which god will get the Mega Hoff? I think that depends on which Hoff we're on at that point. If we have a radical acceleration of our membership and our donor base in the next decade or two, then we've got a list of names in an order that we'll find where that's at. After that, we'll really see. I think the cool point would be to get to the point where we could afford that, because specifically those that we looked at, they have, entire campuses that are well set up for meetings with, thousands of people. They've got broadcast studios there. They've got really nice things at those hofs, or at those churches rather, that we would turn into a hof that would be really cool. But we would need enough of our people to come home to make that make sense. But yeah, it's exciting. I hope we figure out which god will get the mega hof in my lifetime. Next question. Is it common for people to call Frigga the All-Mother? I don't know what's below common, but above uncommon. Like it's normal and it's something that you hear often. I don't think that most people do necessarily, but lots of people certainly do. Is that your experience, Svan?
Yeah, I would say it's common enough. And I think it's an equivalency thing. It's like calling the queen queen because of the king.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly to Lady Frigga is in our stories the progenitor of many of the divine forms, and she herself is is given of birth from Yarth, the earth. And so, it's there is a lot like there, but I think it's a more of an equivalency thing. The other thing is that, it was kind of seen as Lady Frigga in her ability to kind of read the skein of all things around her through her messengers, through the maidens, or the maidens of Fensal, or the other goddesses, kind of worked as emissaries throughout the lands. If you wanted to be, or if you were protected by Frigga, it was through Hlin or Hlina. If you were to receive love at the behest of her dominion, it was done through her maiden Sylvan. Or if you were to be given good lands and a fertile place, it was done through her maiden Gevion. So she seems to have a very kind of stasis throne, as opposed to Lord Woden, who is very dynamic, and all of her machinations are done from the throne, or from the castle, or from very, very, I find it super correlative to the idea of like the woman that is home, but she has so much power and sway because she has eyes and ears everywhere, people loyal, and moving and bringing information back, but yet she doesn't speak upon it, which is what is said. She knows all, but speaks very little of it. But yeah, I think it's common enough.
All right. Could there be a ceremonial gun or knife or some other modern weapon? Absolutely. There could be a ceremonial, any object that you want to imbue with its own might, its own Hamingya, and place luck and, I don't know, beingness within. That was why it was so important to do a naming for it, because a name bestows that individualized identity into an item where it gets a Hamingya of its own to a degree. It's obviously not the same as a child or a living person, but it makes it something more than an object and something less than a person. But yeah, certainly you could use any number of things. You could absolutely use a modern weapon. I think that's completely appropriate. Yeah, absolutely. Anything that you would like. A sword is a particularly potent image for our folk since the dawn of time. So it was something that was important to me to be that symbolic weapon that embodies the might of the AFA. But as I mentioned earlier, I want to sharpen it up to battle ready, razor sharp edge on it. Not that I'm going to use it that way, but because it is a sword and I want to honor it and honor what it is meant to be. And so I think that giving thought to the why on something is very important too. But absolutely, you could do that with a modern weapon. Our faith isn't stuck in a certain period of time. It's one of the reasons that it was special to me to use a Civil War cavalry saber. Is it's not it's not confined to the Viking age. It's not ancient. It's something that people who looked and lived in many ways, much like ourselves, were associated with and could use and understand. So it's a very different context. And I think it was significant because it is going to live at the AFA Capitol in Sigerheim in Tennessee, which was for anybody internationally, which was one of the states that seceded and was part of the Confederacy during the Civil War. So I think it's special in that regard as well. And there was a lot of cavalry action in that war in Tennessee. Next one. Are Valkyries based on angels or are angels based on Valkyries? Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I got a good one on this one. First of all, it's worth noting that angelos, the messenger in Greek, comes from when the Jews that were coming from the Middle East that would eventually establish Christianity. At the time, they were basically seen as a splinter Judaic group that was heretical because they chose a person that I guess wasn't backed by the Pharisees to be the Messiah. And the Messiah, if you believe in a Messiah, that's integral to Judaic thought. A Messiah, the Ark of the Covenant, all of that stuff is in correlation to Judaism. And if I hate some Christians, I'm like, you're technically a subsect of Judaism, and they're like, no, we're not. It's like, do you believe in a Messiah? Because the word itself and everything about it is from Judaism. But angels, on the other hand, when you look at Sumerian and Semitic groups, Semites are just people that speak the language of Shem. So this includes modern day Hebrews or Israelites, and modern day Arabs are also Semites. But going back to the Sumerians, the Babylonians, and so on, they generally had four. The reason why I looked this up was because of iconography that for the murals, they have interlocking wings, oftentimes two up, two down, sometimes crossed over, sometimes in multiples. You can see some of this surviving in Byzantine Christianity, where they mix the Hellenic concept of a winged messenger with some of the Semitic, where they might just have a head with a halo and a bunch of wings around it. That's a combo of those two worlds. But where the Hellenic actually comes from, it's going to blow your mind if you look up Etruscan demons, especially Etruscan demons of the underworld. They're it throws people off, and it's kind of funny to send people into that rabbit hole. But I'll explain why. The word demon doesn't mean what Christians turned that Greek word into. It just means less than, or demigod, if you will. In essence, Hercules was a demon, according to the Greek usage of the word. And the winged beings that angels kind of represent actually come from the Hellenics, and they really pulled a lot of theirs from the Etruscans. The Etruscans had a very heavy art motif built around winged creatures, winged people, winged helmets, winged sandals, winged horses. That was a big one. So there was a huge amount of the usage of wings, but they were always just double, just two wings, like as you would see in, say, modern Christianity's usage of angels. The usage of wings on Valkyries or Valkyria didn't really come about until there was the saga of the two brothers that find the swan maidens, who are Valkyries, and they're outside of, they've shed their swan skins to bathe in, I believe it's a lake. And then they steal the skins and therefore capture the Valkyries and take them as brides. And a lot of people view that as that's an allegoric myth about coming in contact with your own higher self, and that's why the Valkyrie oftentimes takes that position in a lot of like, I guess, framework of the Valkyrie. But they really didn't have winged motifs until later. Perhaps they were influenced by the epics of the Homeric Hellenic greatness, but clearly the winged sense is very European. It is predominantly Hellenic European. Same with the radiant halo, but we see that kind of influencing in Europe long before Christianity arrives. So that's kind of a funny thing, that most of the Christian angelic art comes from Etruscan demons. It's always fun to watch people like spaz out about that. But as again, the Valkyria in their names is that they are carriers, not necessarily messengers. They don't do a lot of talking. In essence, they're the grasping manifestation of Lord Woden, and they take in the form of the fates and the furies. And that the fact that they're female could very much be from a time in which the Teutonic people, the Gaulish people, and the Hellenic people, like the Thracians and such, were all very, very intertwined in their usage of a battle maiden, fury, morai, muse, and female kind of counterpart to the slain or to the warrior itself. I've always wanted to do a class on in depth on the Valkyria, but the usage of wings and wingedness. Sometimes later on during turn of the century, World War I, World War II, a lot of the art that was done was revitalizing Germanicism, but they were angelicizing the Valkyrie, which I don't turn my nose towards that either. But that's when it really came into being, around that time, especially with the operas and the Romantic revivals. Those things kind of just organically blended together.
Yeah, I don't think there's a one for one. The one is directly from the other. The idea of winged flying messengers or enforcers or whatever from the gods, I think, is a very old concept. I think it's a very old Aryan concept that you see in Zoroastrianism and, very ancient things. I think the difference is pretty, beautiful to look upon. Emissaries from the gods is very different than creepy Jewish angels that initially are terrifying and not what later medieval Europeans depict them as. So I think there's a big separation in Jewish angels and Aryan messengers of the gods. They're really different. And then the follow-up question to that is, can the Valkyries be followed and honored like the gods? No, they could be. Could you engage in the gift cycle with them? Sure. You can honor them in that way. You can worship them in that way. Followed? I don't know, because typically they're not full of their own will and their own direction. They serve as as instruments of the will of the All-Father. So I think that's an interesting choice. I would never say that you could not do that. They're elevated to a status certainly above us in this existence. I would wonder why that would be a choice that you would choose to do, or if there was a specific one you would devote that towards, but you could certainly do that. I don't think it would be improper. Our next question is, what are your thoughts on the claim that Freya and Frigga are the same? They're not. We've been through this many times on this program. They are very, very distinct, and they're very opposite in what they embody. And we see this time and again in Aryan religiosity generally, but you have this concept of the horse goddess and the cow goddess, the idea of the married woman, the mother, the queen, the noble woman inside the context of relationship, context of marriage, context of society. And then you have the unmarried, free, unbridled, passionate, magical, wild characteristic of women that's personified by Lady Freya. And they're very different inclinations, and they're very different expressions of femininity and expressions of feminine magic in very different ways. They're in a lot of ways very complementary of one another, but they're certainly very distinct. They're distinct all around. The only thing that connects them is a similarity in language. And yeah, they're different. Last question. Well, okay. So our second to last question, and then we got our last question. What are your thoughts on the Hyperborean radio guys and all other pagan contrarians? I have no idea who those guys are. A large part of the show has already been talked about. I don't like pagan contrarians. We talked about the wolves that seek to devour the sun and the moon are literally named, mockery and hatred in the sense of heckling and criticism. People that have made that their entire existence detract from all of the things we try to do. And if they put the energy they put into being contrary, into moving this forward, we would be so much further along by now. They are the thing that holds us back more than anything else, is people that I would put in that kind of category. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
I'm not 100% familiar with them either. I mean, outside of that, I don't know. Pagan contrarians. I mean, if the people are named Hyperborean radio guys, I wonder, in contrary, in what direction they might be.
Yeah, I had to just kind of riff off it because I don't know those guys. I know there is a sphere of, the well actually crowd that criticizes stuff, and I'm assuming this is part of that in some way.
Oh, yeah, I'm not familiar. And again, there are the contrarians against Christianity. There's contrarians against us. Anything that galvanizes into a organized and well moving and conquering their goals and getting their things going. And then there's always these people that are like, trying to again, Skålen Hati, but
Gotta have Karen out there.
I don't know too much about them. Yeah.
So the last question, it's I'm looping it with two parts by because they're very similar. Do you think our folk would be in a much better place today if Christianity didn't exist? Or do you think Christianity was a necessary step in the evolution of Aryan kind? Kind of a follow up that I believe is related to it is if Christianity is a step in our people becoming more atheist, also a necessary step in our evolution. So I'm going to say that means if Christianity is Christianity, because I don't know, something is the phase of Christianity and the phase of atheism necessary steps in the evolution of our folk. And I reject both. I think both are extremely detrimental to our folk. Our people are a spiritual people. They always have been. That's a need that they have, and the vacuum will be filled either by something authentic or by something foreign and imported. And then you do your best to play the mental gymnastics. I think the fact that so much mental gymnastics was played for our people to try to be a sect of Judaism as opposed to our native faith caused so much dysfunction in our soul and internal conflict that manifested in countless perversions and metastasis. So no, I think that Christianity was terrible for our folk, and I would have loved to have seen where our society would have gone had we not have that poison injected to us, especially at such an early period. I would have loved to see what that happened. The atheism as a palate cleanser from Christianity serves a function, I suppose. But again, I would prefer we had neither and stayed with our authentic faith and saw where that went. What are your thoughts, Swan?
The only spot that I see when we talk about Catholicism and a lot of the paganism within Catholicism, most of their ceremony, most of the aspergements, and I mean, just so much of it is paganism, is Roman paganism. The way that they view their saints in relation to praying them for certain reasons is very, again, it's a polytheistic light. It's okay as long as they're mortals, but we're still going to pray to them anyways. And their reasonings and their gift cycles that they actually have a gift cycle sense. That stuff there, I think, is not necessarily Christianity making paganism better. I think it was paganism making Christianity tolerable to a degree, and it expounded. It got very beautiful. But that's the Hellenics. The Hellenics have always had absolute kino aesthetics when it came to like art, and especially they had the great mediums of marble and things like that they were very malleable stones, and painting was great and all of that stuff. But as far as the long run, no, I don't. I think that everything subsequently after that was a ultimate rejection. I think Protestantism was a rejection of Christianity, but they also somehow got away from the paganism and they hardlined more into the Semiticism of Christianity. So it was really strange. Like they were getting away from perhaps Christianity being a unifying force of governance in Europe, and they in turn got away from it. But then they doubled down with like the Pilgrims kind of going extra hard into a lot of the Semiticism of Christianity. So it ultimately didn't do or bode well for us. And then the other thing is I think atheism is a product of Christianity because it follows a step. You lose the ethno faith, you join a universal faith, you try to ethno that universal faith, and it doesn't fit, it doesn't work, the timing is off. And then after a while, kind of coupled with not having being against science or having a conflict of science, as opposed to perhaps understanding that science is a tool for a better way for us to explore and do things. There was this kind of antagonism, and that created this polaric tug of war that ultimately led to a lot of Christians going, well, that the divine is so obscure, so broad, has no real name, had a name in the Bible, but had a different name now. There's Yahweh and Jehovah, and then it just turned into God, and God turned into just everything and everywhere and everyone. And the European people could never really kind of scratch the surface and get into the Bible and really understand a lot of that because it was of a different people. So I think ultimately one beget the other, and in the long run of things, no, it didn't really help us. And I'm with Alzarago. I would really have loved to see where the Teutonic and the Hellenic, perhaps running parallel with each other, would have gone with their faith as an ethnic faiths. Because again, our religion was very pan-Germanic. It was very much across the northern part of Europe, just like the Hellenic was very much, the Etruscans and the Romans and the Greeks. We had, very much with the, even within the Teutonic people, but also kind of the admixture with the Gauls and the Slavs. And that would have been a truly interesting thing to see. But I think a lot of what we ultimately come to, some of the beauty of Europeanism in Christianity, in Asatru or in Northern European native faiths and in Southern European native faiths, always show through. And they never really went away. We've been stifled. And now that a lot of that's dropping away, perhaps the evolutionary process was to find out or to utilize what was truly important. Our ancestors didn't realize how important it would be to write things down until it was probably too late. Our ancestors didn't realize how important it was to make, governance and religion together until it was probably too late. So now that we're through that and we realize that these things worked for others, we should consider it these tools and use them for success so that we don't have to go through this again.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for being with us tonight. Svan, thank you for your continuing discussion of this foundational bit of our lore. We look forward to seeing you guys next week as we conclude our series on the Völuspá. Thank you guys very much for being here and participating. Till then, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.
Thanks, guys.